you know, if you guys want to help me for that. That being said, though, we've been streaming for an hour and 27 minutes, and I think that it's time for us to type in this, click on this, press enter, and begin year 226 of the Absolute Realm. Region 19, the Fortress of Longdeath. We return to this place, Longdeath. We have 32 dwarves in the actual population, plus merchants. We're sitting on 37. We do have 2 unnamed merchants, if somebody would like a merchant. The dwarves in the fortress are Apostle, Candle Pixie, Axon the Second, the Squid, Belug, Taurus the Second, Abe Exendi, Stone, Clay, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, Vuzel Vuzel, Vinsati, Goffer, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Simplex, Kade, Tiny Goliath, Rhine, Ghost, Sparkly 4K, Black Hole, Trees, Blue Water, Peter, Cannon Fodder, Lizards, Sock Smell, Lilum Katsu, who's been very depressed, and I'm trying to recover them. They haven't tantrumed yet. Fingers crossed they don't. Vim ML, Formal, Daturo, Quevenair, and Crow. Let's check in on Katsu. As I said, very stressed, haggard due to tremendous stress is placed on her. Yeah, you've been a very good dwarf, actually, Tiny Goliath. I made you into a scholar because your dwarf dreams of making a great discovery, and the only way to do that is by being a scholar. Granted, you are bored after leading an unexcited life for too long, and you are very pessimistic after pondering formal reasoning, and pessimistic after discussing conical water clocks. But you were giddy after performing, so maybe I might actually, I'm going to move your tasks for a little bit. We're going to take you off of being a scholar for a little bit and give you a break and let you just go be a performer. Did I just, remove Crow's job? I think I did. Where did Crow go? Yes, I did. Crow, oh, hey, Simplex is writing something. I'm actually kind of curious. We're going to go watch Simplex and see what you write. There you go. You're going to go be a performer with Tiny Goliath. Let's see what you're writing. Oh, wow. You straight up, Simplex is writing a book. Do you know ignorance? Now, is that a new book? Yeah, this is a new book. Written on the item is an essay entitled, Do You Know Ignorance? Authored by Simplex. It concerns the value of knowledge, and the writing has a very serious tone. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best. Beautiful, I would say. You've just graduated from uni? Well, there you go. Go make me believe in something. What, in persuading? I mean, that's a grand thing to believe in. We are in the year 226 midwinter. The current date is the 20th of Opal. You want one, Costlord? You want one of the merchants? I'll give you one of the younger ones. 165, that's the older one. Mincott, 151. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Camera 3 is completely surrounded by lava. So what you're saying is camera 3 is gone? Because that's not good. Anyway. Did you have one before, Costlord? I can't remember. I can't remember if you've had one in this fortress or not. Regardless, Costlord, she feels satisfied at work. Finished up some work and that was satisfying, she says. She feels blissful after sleeping in a bedroom, like a personal palace, and was interested after learning about cooking. Nope. Okay, sweet. I just couldn't remember. Are you the only one who thinks you should replace the face cam with the volcano cam? What, on my stream? Yes, because I don't want to, so I'm kind of like riding a line with like restreaming their camera. I mean, if you want to just pop it up on the right-hand side, go ahead, but I'm not going to completely change my whole stream over. I will pop over when interesting things are happening, but the volcano stream is pretty good. So yes, I think you're the only one who thinks that. I mean, that's kind of awesome that it's completely surrounded by lava. I hope that those cameras are wireless. I'll say that. Anyway, she has a very deep voice, and her slightly close-set cobalt irises. Her eyes have very large irises. Her slightly close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. That's what I was trying to read. Man, your dwarf's in anime. She has very long hair, which is braided, and her somewhat broad ears have small hanging lobes. Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is white. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyelashes are somewhat long. Cam 3's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions. She is very humble, and she likes to take it easy. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She is often nervous, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She occasionally overindulges, and she likes to brawl, though she dislikes adoration of fighting as an art to be refined. Okay, hold on. She likes to brawl, though she dislikes the adoration of fighting as an art to be refined. Okay, so she dislikes people who look at fighting as an art form. Okay. She tends to not reveal personal information. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she tends to make a small mess. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she mutters under her breath when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And she likes bilin, coal, or bituminous coal, onyx opal, and cabochons, crossbows and amulets, and goblin caps for their stunning color. Since you like crossbows, why don't we give you hunting? Go do some hunting for us. Go grab a crossbow. Have fun. And cannon fodder's still depressed. But cannon fodder hasn't gotten, like, seriously depressed, so that's good. Frankly. Like, we're doing well since cannon fodder isn't seriously depressed. I mean, if any of them start tantruming, we're kind of in trouble. You know that's a good sign when the volcano stream, one of the cameras is just pink. It's such a good sign, frankly. That's such a good sign. But yeah, no, I'm sure that they don't really care that I'm restreaming it because I am constantly shouting it out, but I don't want to just, like, you know, replace part of my stream with somebody else's stream. That's a little weird. So, like, if you want to watch it, go nuts, but I will pop it up if stuff catches my eye, but that's about the extent of what I'm willing to do. Please understand. I realize the volcano is significantly more visually attractive than I am, but unfortunately you're going to have to stare at my ugly mug at least a little bit. See? Ugly mug. Discord partner, by the way. You have a picture-in-picture under my stream? Yeah, I mean, that's good. I just have it behind Dwarfs all the time, so I can just see it running in the background while I do other things. Which is, you know, perfectly functional. How you doing, H2O? Hope things are well. Hope things are improving. Hope things are good. And, you know, I haven't really checked in with anybody. I hope how's everybody's day been? You guys doing well? Hope things are good. My mom is was throwing around the thought of us potentially going to visit my little sister later this year, and I don't believe it'll happen this year, but it's nice that she has some optimism. Yeah, Cam 3 is showing some pretty nice overflows. Got a deadline to grind towards today? Well, don't let me get you behind schedule, yeah? Costlord's killing a wolverine. Which is a very common local animal around here in this fort. Think you're ahead of schedule? That's good. That's good. Sometimes I'll have people that are just like, I have 30 minutes to do 3 hours of work. Make me do more homework. And then I just time them out for an hour. Go do your fucking homework. I've also banned people for 8 hours so that they go to bed. I've done that before. It's like when people just tell me that I am impacting their life, but they're watching me anyway, it's like, nope, I will crush those hopes and dreams as fast as possible. Go do something like taking care of yourself instead of, actively causing yourself problems by watching me. Watch me when you have time, when it's beneficial. Don't watch me when you're actively hurting yourself with it. You didn't ask me to, though. That's the thing. It's like, it's one of those, like, I will ask for permission if I think that there's an issue. You once banned a user for 2 years because they said they were 16 in an 18 plus stream. Wait, what? Wait, there's a timeout limit now? That's silly. When did they do that? Usually I'm just babbling in the background. So I'm just like the voices in your head. Because everybody has like, several dozen voices in their head, right? That's normal. It's like most of the extended families in there generally. Was it a year ago? Huh. I mean, I don't know. I don't actually ban people all that often. Are you asking me if I have a solution for being bored at work? Or are you asking somebody else if they have a solution for being bored at work? Because I'm working right now. And my solution for being bored at work is switch games. But I also cheat. At my old job, what I would do, because I worked in cleaning, is I would just take a spray bottle and a washcloth and just walk around and look busy and just kind of do laps around where I worked. And no one would ask questions. Get a job you like doing. That's a lie. I mean, it doesn't matter how much you like doing your job, you'll get bored at work. It does not matter. Like, anybody who genuinely thinks that there's such a thing as a dream job where you'll never be bored has never had a dream job. That's actually like the smart answer is like jump on a station and assist somebody else with their job and make their job easier. But I used to get like scolded when I would do that. Hello, nobody important. Podcasts and shit. Any favorite podcasts? Giant Bombcast got me through like a decade, basically. Giant Bombcast, Waypoint Radio, Cox and Crendor, Co-optional back in the day, RIP Total Biscuit. Obviously, Dwarf Fortress Roundtable and DF Talk. CU Podcast, Shift F1, just going through all the podcasts I'm subscribed to. RIP All Systems Goku, I missed that podcast. Dad and Sons. Not reading my own podcasts. RIP The Giant Beast Cast, because that one just ended. RIP The Ground Up Show. We Have Concerns is a good show. Chilluminati. That's kind of what I'm listening to. Down the Rabbit Hole? Oh, really? Yeah, I never listened to Down the Rabbit Hole. I'm familiar with it, though. The night creature, El Naso, has come. A mindless husk, cursed to prowl the fridge in search of snacks. And cursed to show up in Blind IRL's stream because he got gifted a sub for a couple of months. No, Katsu fell back into depression. Come on, Katsu, snap out of it. Stay with us, friend. You can do it. Also, as always, if anybody has questions about DF-related things, just yell at me. How you doing, though, Naso? It's good to see you. I did say All Systems Goku. All Systems Goku was a podcast that Giant Bomb did with Dan Reichert and Jeff Gerstmann. Two guys who traditionally hated anime. Like, that was, like, part of their brand is that they hated anime. And then Dragon Ball FighterZ came out, or Dragon Ball Fighter Z came out, or whatever the fuck they called it. Anyway, Dragon Balls came out. And so then they realized that Dragon Ball is actually just professional wrestling. And because they're both professional wrestling nutballs, they watched through all of Dragon Ball Z Kai. and basically did like, it was like 3 episodes, I think, per podcast episode. And they did it in like a year. And then they talked about doing more Dragon Ball, and then Dan Reichert left the company, so they stopped, and I'm very sad because that was very enjoyable to listen to. Like I don't consider myself a weeb by any stretch, but I've seen Dragon Ball Z Kai from end to end, and I've also seen the original Dragon Ball. Those were very fond memories watching those shows for the first time. So it was fun to listen to that watch along because it was literally just them like experiencing something for the first time that I enjoyed a lot way back in the day. They were also throwing around the ideas of like doing one for Evangelion, but they never did it because Dan Reichert left the company. And All Systems Goku is maybe one of the best names for a podcast I've ever heard in my life. But I would recommend All Systems Goku if you're looking for a dumb bit of entertainment for a bit. Fuck yeah, El Naso. Hell yeah on that PC case arriving. That's the shit right there. That's the shit right there. Best part about ordering PC parts is having PC parts arrive. No, I don't care about Gwent. Stop sending me emails about Gwent. Oh no. Cam too. Is he spinning YouTube circle? I mean, it literally is. But what's really funny is like those guys ran a professional wrestling podcast for a bit, and listening to 2 guys who are used to talking about the WWE and shit like that talk about Dragon Ball in the context of wrestling using wrestling terminology is very funny. But yeah, no, by the end of that podcast, Dan Reichert was so into Dragon Ball that now he just has a giant fucking poster that says Mondo Cool behind him in his house where he streams, because he's, you know, when you quit big company like that and you think, I'm done with the games industry, and then within 6 months you're actually just a full-time Twitch streamer, he kind of went down that route. It's kind of funny. That's happened to a few people that have left Giant Bomb over the past few years. It's like they left Giant Bomb and were like, we're done with the games industry, and then like 6 months later, I'm actually a full-time streamer. It's funny how that works. This job's pretty nice. Because everything in life is Mondo cool. We're going to need to make more glass blocks after I do this. Yeah, the games industry's never done with you. That's the secret. You might be done with games, but games are not done with you. Hello, stupid. How is we? Isn't it the best thing ever when music just magically arrives? Also, that's quite the flow. Look at that shit. Whoa. Hey, Quivener. Good Lord. That wasn't doing that yesterday. Is it possible to have a volcano of good biome? Yes, I've done it. It was excellent when the what do you call them? When the unicorns caught fire. It's the Forbidden Water Park is what that is, yeah. Yeah, no, we had flaming unicorns. Although one of my favorite things I ever heard about actually was somebody who had a half, not half good and half evil, half jungle volcano biome. And these undead crows kept dive bombing his dwarves, falling into the ocean, or not into the ocean, falling into the lava, catching fire, and then continuing to dive bomb his dwarves. So he had just like flaming undead crows just setting his shit on fire constantly. It was pretty funny. Oh, they're excellent until they set you on fire. Yeah, no, volcanoes can be anywhere. But yeah, no, it's real fun when you just have like flaming zombies running at you. Flaming unicorns? Flaming unicorns. Definitely opened for Glory Hammer at least once. Spring has arrived. I don't think Stone's here though. Update. You know. What kind of food do you get, animal? What's lunch? Or dinner? Only to emerge on fire and land under dry grass. Yep. And then it's like being in a meteor shower. Apostle the Second, no! 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 So, Kevin here, we have a problem. Your mom just died. And you're still an infant. Which means you're not capable of thinking for yourself yet. Meaning it's a race against the clock. One of two things is going to happen. Thing number one, you'll starve to death and die. Thing number two, you'll gain the ability to walk before you starve to death and die. You are 1 year old. You were born on the 13th of Galena. It is currently the 1st of Granite. So we need you to learn how to walk. Although you don't feel anything after experiencing trauma. Good thing you're in a constant state of eternal rage and very friendly and always trying to say nice things. All right, so I think we have, well, first we're going to watch them bury your mom, and then we're going to watch you and see what happens. Although, if you start to starve to death, what we can do is I can lock all of the dwarves in one spot. So, Apostle the Second, absolutely requires a gravestone. We also have a tribute. This goes onto Discord so that Stone can do paperwork. I need to be in the right Discord server, though. All right, this is going to be interesting. One of those stock trading apps? Which one? Make sure you do your research. Some of those are borderline scams. Or actually, most of those are borderline scams. Sparkly 4K, who was Apostle II's lover, or husband, actually. Is going to get a coffin right next to him. Like 30 iron sarcophaguses. Would assume that you're a stoner. What, do you have like 50 billion stocks in weed? What? It's 1 year old that they can get up and walk, right, chat? I mean, it looked like a delicious little shipment, I'm not gonna lie. So baby is going to tavern from the looks of things. Maybe they'll beer the baby in the tavern. If the baby can make it to the tavern, perhaps they will just dump beer on the head of the baby. $15 into shrooms and $40 into weed. I mean, like, if you're going to invest. If you're going to only buy 40 bucks, just fucking buy crypto. Come on, man. I was going to say, yeah, it's like, also, do not, if you are going to buy crypto, do not use a stock trading app to buy crypto, because most of those stock trading apps will not actually give you the crypto coin. They will just simply give you the money value of the crypto coin. To test your waters. Invest or no balls. I do not give people investing advice. Do not take this as an investing advice stream, because I shouldn't be giving people investing advice. To the moon. It's funny. It's like, I own some crypto. I don't own any Dogecoin. Because there's like 2 million new Dogecoin per day. Because there's other cryptocurrencies that blow up just as fast, if not faster. Just have to pay attention to it. I'm never going to make a cryptocurrency. If I wanted to make a cryptocurrency, I'd actually get rich. 7 minutes until investments are up. Pilot. 7 minutes. All right, so now we stare at this baby dwarf. If the app decides... What app are you using? I missed that bit. You didn't say. Like, which app are you using? Wealthsimple? Don't use Wealthsimple. do not, rather specifically, do not use it to buy any crypto. I'm not familiar with what Wealthsimple does with stocks, but do not buy crypto with Wealthsimple. If you want to buy crypto, use Coinbase or something legitimate. You're not comfortable with crypto? Yet you're comfortable with Wealthsimple? No, we're just going to start making artifacts into NFTs. Just use Binance Forehead. I mean, you could use that, yeah. Just do not use Wealthsimple. Please, do not. You might as well use fucking Robinhood and sign up with a podcast referral code. Anyway, I don't really want to turn this into a financial Forgotten Beast NFTs. I mean, isn't that basically just NFTs? Best Forgotten? Anyway, we got elves here to trade. How's our baby doing? Come on, Gwiviner. Grow up. Come on. Gremlin for mayor, maybe one day. Please don't buy NFTs, chat. I'm sure there's someone who watches my stream who's bought an NFT. And you know what? That's okay. You live your life, but I am judging you. Verbally. Right now. Just know that if you own NFTs, you've been judged. Also ripped off. But, you know, that's besides the point. And shrooms and therapy will be approved. Okay, here's the thing, right? 15 bucks you invested in shrooms. If shrooms and therapies gets approved, and that's a dark rabbit hole. Non-fungible tokens is a deep rabbit hole. Diamond. Orange. If shrooms, say, go up by 700%, you still barely made any money, and you're going to need to pay taxes on it. So, like, if you're actually betting that shroom therapy will get approved, you should invest enough that you'll actually get a decent payout. Otherwise, you're just playing around with money and might as well buy a lotto ticket. frankly. That's the problem with the kind of investing that you're doing. But also, you shouldn't take my investing advice, so. Instead, what you should invest in is my records fund. So tips right now are going towards records because I've ordered a bunch of records for the starts of the stream, and in order to have more records to play and keep up a good amount of variety in the... Why not fungible tokens? I mean, they're way more fun. Like, we know that much. Where's my trader at? There you are. Get over here, Dwarf. Brrr. Gremlin. Barn owl, unicorn, bullfrog, barn owl, dingo, yak, mule, echidna. Breeding pair of unicorns, actually. Did they really bring a breeding pair of unicorns? No, they didn't. They brought me 2 lady unicorns. I mean, it's fine. I got plenty of unicorns. I don't need another one, but I've never actually seen them bring a breeding pair at once. Buck rabbit, flying squirrel. Nothing super fun. Whoa!
This is a terrible investment, Kappa.
I mean, it's not an investment. It's a tip. So thus, it can't be a terrible investment because you're not investing in anything. You're simply tipping me money. So thanks for the $10, man. Towards the records fund. Cheers, dude. Seriously. Also, hello, Change Me. What's up? It's an investment in hearing good records? No. Just like it's not a donation. A lot of streamers call tips donations. They're not. They're tips. Tips is diff. No grem. No grem. You know, I'll be totally honest. I don't know if we'll ever actually get a gremlin, but I will try and set up gremlin traps in the 3rd or 4th cavern layer. But we need to get down there first. 3rd or 4th? 2nd or 3rd? There isn't a 4th cavern layer. Well, I mean, there is a 4th cavern layer, but that's a very different kind of cavern layer. It's a very different type of cavern layer. Line boom gun. Oh, the animation? Yeah, I got rid of it. I kind of want to change it to something else. Or are we talking about the better Twitch TV emote? Because, yes, that's been gone for a bit. Like, have you not seen how outdated that emote is? Although, has it been gone? Did I delete that? Yes. That was one of the ones I deleted. I mean, the thing's so goddamn ugly. Like, frankly, like, that was the most upset I've ever been with a piece of pixel art. And probably, actually, I think the most I've spent on an emote. That was one of the most expensive artists I ever hired and one of the worst pieces of art I ever received back from an artist. I gave her feedback twice, and she didn't really implement it very well, so I kind of gave up. Clay, are you depressed? Oh, yes, you are. Okay. What squad is Clay running? I can't remember. Yeah, Eternal Hammer. Gotta get them training. Man, I'm so bummed that Apostle died. That was such a good dwarf. Such a good dwarf. Oh, well. I'm ugly? That's rude of NG to say such a thing. Let's see how Goliath's doing. Much better. Much happier, not just studying all the time. Yeah, the volcano's just like a big old lava flow right now. Big old bubbling lava flow. I want to say the original quote for that was actually drink and eat fried chicken. But, you know. Also, chat, can I get a couple beers for the $10 from Orange? Towards the records fund. I'm funding records. Praise be to Arma. Praise be. Praise be to he. I mean, that's honestly why I keep, like, flashing to this screen. Because, like, come on. It's like, how can you not just love this shit when you like DF? It's like, that is the most dwarfy real-life footage I can give you. Just straight up. Like, it's glorious. So baby hasn't started starving, so that's good. Satisfied after receiving water. They are watering him. That's good. So he will not die. He's sad. Or she's sad? No, Quevinair is sad because his mom died. But because he did encounter a tragedy. But that being said, isn't going to die, so that's good. We need to get into Galena, which I'm not sure. I can never remember what season, what month is. Usually provides. Sometimes I find that sometimes they do, and then sometimes they just don't. So I was kind of expecting to have to zone him onto a stockpile, but I think it'll be fine. Can nobody adopt this poor baby? Nope, there's no adoptions. Although a mechanic that Tarn wants to have into the game by the Steam release actually is adoption systems. So you can allow children and infants whose parents die can be adopted, and also like make fathers be relatively proactive in taking care of and raising babies, because right now they just do their own thing and the baby crawls around somewhere. So if dad could just carry baby around, that would be helpful. But good win, Magna and Animal. Good wins. Good wins. It's just a huge bummer that we lost at Dwarf. But, it was only a matter of time. Sparkly 4K, who was also born in this fortress, is 155. Wants grades. Was it one that you wanted or two? Just one. How reasonable. But I'm going to go down here and assign this tomb to Sparkly, so that Sparkly gets buried with his wife, who of course is Apostle II. Well, how fitting! Engraved on the wall is an image of Apostle II by the dwarf Sparkly 4K. Sparkly drew a picture of his wife. Apostle is embracing Sparkly. The artwork relates to the marriage of the dwarf Apostle II, Deep Shields, the dwarf, and Sparkly in the late spring of 164. They got married in 164. They were both born in this fortress. And it's currently the year 227. That, kind of brings a weird tear to my eye. That's so cute. Felt fondness after making a friend. I don't understand how somebody can become so obsessed with what everybody else has. No, watch him go get married, tomorrow. Doubtful that'll actually happen, but... Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes it pulls at your heartstrings. Look at that goat. Oh, it's dead? Yeah, I mean, when he first was in the... A long time ago, he had a pet goat. His upper body is gone because it's dead. Yeah, because it's dead. It's dead. Every dead creature says their upper body is gone. So if you examine a dead dwarf, let's say Free, who's dead and in a grave, his upper body is gone. Yeah, anything that's dead. Although Free's last thought was, I told the story of the ascension of Ezem Wildcloster to the position of king of the ignited creation in the mid-autumn of year 5 at the simple dinner. I enjoyed that. This dwarf lived to be 106 years old. Or like Euthris, for example, marital grandmother. His upper body, or grandfather rather, his upper body is gone. 148 years old he was when he died. Last thing you remembered thinking, or last thing this dwarf thought was, trade is the lifeblood of a thriving society, which is kind of weird that it like shows you their last thought, but it's actually kind of weird. It's like, I don't know if I want to know that, but I don't know if I want to know that, but I guess I do now. King wants a ballista arrow. Hey, Cramp. Hi-ho. I have this weird feeling King is going to request 3 back-to-back, so we'll just get ahead of that. Clay is working out, relieved after being near a waterfall. It has started raining. Brilliant. But how's things today, Cramp? Welcome to some Longdeath. The Longest Death. Your favorite Dwarf Fortress soap opera that literally never ends. Although, ironically, assuming I do actually finish this fort, and assuming it does take me a couple of years, which it might, probably shorter than most soap operas. So Quevinair is just wandering around. Got caught in the rain, satisfied after receiving the water. I actually could do that. I got a shit ton of peppermint. I have 4 peppermint plants, a spearmint plant, a lemon balm plant, 2, whatchamacallit it? 2 chamomile plants, and yeah. Hey, do it. I regret to inform you something very sad. Your mom died. Of course in DF, but your mom died. So, at the young age of 2 years old, your mumsy died. And your tiny little babby brother is crawling around on the ground, getting water dumped on his head occasionally, because he's too young to crawl. Or young enough just to crawl, and mom's dead. Time is relative. Your soap opera will take 1,000 years. I'm just shocked that you guys are still watching. Like, to be kind of frank, I'm kind of shocked that people are still watching this series. Like, people are encouraging and actually, like, still hanging out and watching it. Like, I was kind of worried around, like, episode 70 that people would be like, it's an addiction at this point. I mean, it's not an addiction for me. It's just part of the job for me. Okay, so this is kind of fitting. Baby walking into the mayor's room because the mayor, you know, number one has a beautiful cage with a tame worm in it right here. You know, just this beautiful. That's an artifact table. A tin cage with of course a tame worm in it. This is a worm in a cage. But so he's probably just hanging out with the worm. But no, anyway, this child, like, this is Dad's office, so kind of makes sense why Baby would be hanging out here. But as Stone Hobo says, my stream is just Stockholm syndrome for people who've been here for more than 5 years. But just making fan art. They are watering him. I mean, they are. You either water the baby or you beer the baby. Whatever's more effective and whatever's closer. Speaking of baby, baby needs to be watered again. Can someone come water the baby? The baby's blinking with a blue down arrow. Can someone come water them? Dwarves, get on this shit. Got a baby that's in need of a watering. See? Bucket? This is how you water a baby, right? Dwarf, baby that needs water. Dwarf has bucket. Dwarf walk up to baby and dumps water on baby. And baby feels satisfied after receiving water. Dwarves in their natural habitat. Doing good work. Keeping baby alive. We only need to do this until Galena. Build a playpen? No. There is nothing like that. I mean, in theory, I could just throws the bucket on the ground. I mean, naturally. Like, what are you going to put the bucket away? Come on. Come on. Actually, I'll bet you Goffer's probably messy, actually. That's probably why he just threw it on the ground. As they've been saying since the Lonely Island. I threw it on the ground. Shoutouts to the Lonely Island. Mint plants grow extremely easily, extremely quickly, and extremely well in, like, medium light. So if you have, like, a well-lit windowsill, Bastet, you could buy a mint plant or two. Like a boss. I love, like, you know, we don't talk about Lonely Island that much in 2021, but the Lonely Island was so influential on my vocabulary, it's not even funny. You know? Like, I still go out and say shit like a boss, and threw it on the ground, and well, I guess they didn't come up with YOLO, obviously, but Mayor wants another grate. Did they never make the grate? After they trip over them? I mean, isn't that the same for parents? It's like, you just try and keep the baby from dying, and that's about it. Cool guys don't look at explosions. They just turn and they walk away. It's not gay when it's in a three-way. When there's a honey in the middle, there's some leeway. And of course, the beautiful ballad of I Just Had Sex. Congratulations, T-Pain. I also, the thing that I love about Lonely Island is that T-Pain is, like, just a streamer now. Like, yeah, he's a world famous rapper and, like, pop artist, but also he's just a Twitch streamer. Like, he's just one of us now. It's very weird. That's something that I won't ever get used to, is just, like, traditional, like, A to, like, B tier celebrities just becoming Twitch streamers. So what all I'm saying here is we need to get Justin Timberlake streaming on Twitch. What the fuck is Justin Timberlake doing in 2021? Probably nothing of value. That really needs doing. Like, let's be honest. All right, let's get these dwarves upstairs for a little bit. All right, Bab, you got some stairs to climb. No? Maybe not. I'm on a Boat was kind of trash. What, is in like a bad song? I mean, it wasn't a great song. It was a funny song. Do we need to get Weird Al on Twitch? Weird Al's way too private a person to be on Twitch. Like, that's actually the thing about Weird Al is he's actually, like, not a super public figure, all things considered. Q? B? What's up, Redbeard? QBDG. ABCEE. I don't even know what I'm saying. You heard your name? I don't think so. I said your name when you typed in Q. Yeah, no, that doesn't count. I mean, come on. I can't remember a time when the Game Grumps were relevant. A goat is fighting with a wolverine. One of my goats is fighting with a wolverine. My bet's on the goats. Oh, yeah, that's why you heard your name, is because you typed in Q. Should put this rubber duck down so I stop squeaking it. God, now I've just got three-way stuck in my head. This is bad. Get out of my head, Justin Timberlake. Get out of my head. I miss the good old days back in time when you would type in Justin on YouTube and Timberlake was the first recommended result. It was like a good portion of my life. Not the case anymore, unfortunately. Okay, so the real loss with Apostle dying is Apostle and our mayor, Sparkly, were two of the most active parents in the fortress, meaning nobody else is actively married and having kids in the fort. I mean, obviously he's bringing sexy back because those other fuckers don't know how to act. Man, pop music used to be good. Where the fuck did all this shit go? Although I'm not proud to admit that I was listening to Gwen Stefani the other day, so you know. Pop music didn't used to be good. I just used to have bad taste. Why did you ruin your search history with that nitwit? What, did you go to YouTube and type in Justin? I mean, that's on you, man. Justin Timberlake has not been the most popular Justin in the world for a very long time. Some stupid Bieber. The one thing I would like to remind everybody, and you can fix your search history with this shit. You want to look up a bad song that you will immediately hate. Look up "I'm Lovin' It" by Justin Timberlake. You'll recognize it, and you will hate me. Do you want to know the best part about Justin Bieber? Is he's fucking married, apparently. That nitwit is fucking married and is going to church. That's the period of his life that he's in. I give it 2 years before he gets divorced. TLDR, I'm Lovin' It by Justin Timberlake was licensed by a little company called McDonald's and is their is the McDonald's jingle. The da 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 da. It's that song. So just know, like, that's where Justin Timberlake's getting his fucking money, is from royalties from that shit. Because he actually wrote a song called "I'm Lovin' It." And it was like it was on the same album as Sexy Back. Nobody remembers anything off that album but Sexy Back. But it was that era. It's called "I'm Lovin' It." And it's literally that fucking jingle. I mean, I think of Lonely Island and that awful song. Although, is it any worse than "Jizzed in My Pants"? I don't know. That's the real question. Because he just ate a grape, and I... Do. Baby's working its way up to the tavern. Wolverine and a cow child. Isn't that called a calf game? No mandates, no demands, we all good. Baby's crawling up the stairs. We're into Fell Site. We just need to get to Galena, and then you'll grow up. The name of a song to the song itself. So the song is not playing in your mind. Are you saying that you can't name, or you can? Of amazing quality to post art. Oh boy. This is how you raise a baby in Dwarf Fortress. You water him. This is beautiful fan art. Thank you so much, Animal, for this glorious contribution to Longdeath's history. They're watering him. They're watering him. That's obviously how you care for a baby, right? You take a watering can, you pour it on his head and hope he don't drown. Spoilers, he drowns. I actually need to be very careful if the baby comes into the tavern, though, because they might just pour beer on him until he dies. Well, I'm not entirely certain what the tavern keepers will do when there's a baby. Considering I do have 2 dwarves serving strawberry wine, I do actually need to be kind of, like, careful that they don't accidentally, like, drown any of my dwarves. What's up, Jack Nick? Fort population? Doing okay. We had some babies in the recent years. Issue is Apostle II, who was married to my mayor, the wife of my mayor, died after being married since the year 160 something. And they'd had like 13 children, the last of which is still an infant and is crawling around now. And I'm just making sure they don't drown him in the tavern. But we're at 31 population, so it hasn't actually changed much in the last 100. I have the hiccups. 100 years or so. But it's still like, just a constant worry. But yeah, when it comes to like dumb music, I So 1/5 of the fort are siblings? No, because more than half of them are dead. More than half of them didn't survive very long. No, the fort's like about 4 families right now. The fort is about 4 families. Because scrolling up, alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, 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 dead, alive, alive. And then those 2 are dead because they're grandparents. There's about 4 distinct families in the fortress. There's enough that in theory they should be able to make friends and get married, but they haven't been getting married, so I keep locking them in the tavern and they keep getting more and more and more and more and more super close friends, but we're not quite there yet. But yeah, there's a lot of like very close family going on in this fort. Yeah, here's hoping, right? Here indeed is hoping. How's things though in the world of Jack Nurick? Oh no. Oh fucking no. Oh fucking no. Beautiful, I love it. That almost should go into post memes, but oh no, he just uploaded a new one. That's even better now. Or even worse, I don't know. I love it. It's beautiful. Glorious. Well done. Well fucking done. Cannon fodder, I don't understand how you're depressed. We will be successful. Thank you for your encouraging words, Dwarf. Which feels weird. Your possibly last piece of homework ever. I mean, that's good. That's not how the game works. Sucks. So, no. All that would do would be put me to war, which would send armies to me, which would not be good. I mean, I have 2 helixes, which I keep requesting merchants from. I mean, you could have left it in art. Goes in either, but yeah, no, I mean, we have 2 dwarven helixes where I can request merchants from. Sometimes they're married and make out, sometimes they're not married and get married to my dwarves and make new dwarves, but they haven't been, so I haven't had much luck. I do actually have 1 married couple right now. The married couple, I think, is actually you. Yeah, you and Costlord. You and Costlord are a married couple, so fucking get to it, you 2. Come on. Fucking make some babies, man. That's on you. You're not related to anybody. Speaking of fucking making some babies, where was I? Red paint shortage causes blue paint sales. Cats acknowledge carrots are inferior to chicken. All parsnips duel carrots to death. Dolphins frolicking fervently symbolic sounds. Investments might tank due to memes nowadays. That's actually a very accurate sentence. Gamers couldn't sleep with Dwarf Fortress. What? Okay. Carp Fortress doesn't hike up taxes. Also true. And then I added in the new word stuck. Please add words to the word stories so that I have stuff to read next time. Baby's still not dead. Baby is satisfied after receiving water. Felt satisfied remembering receiving water. So you know what's funny? Is this dwarf has now stopped dwelling upon being caught in a snowstorm and the shitty memories from before and is satisfied remembering receiving water. Receiving water is the only positive memory that this dwarf has. I once whoopsies, I accidentally closed the wrong tab. I once did that, Diamond, and I at least he's staying positive. I mean, he's better at it than me. One of the last times I was one time I did that before, and somebody timed me, and I did it was a minute and 36 seconds without inhaling. So I'm pretty good at doing that. It's a skill, you know, making the same annoying sound for a very long period of time. I had to annoy my sister somehow, and it was one of the only things I had. Okay, this is a very professional news feed, chat. Probably fixing something. Also, volcano. I don't know, technical difficulties when that's fucking going on is totally acceptable in my opinion. Look at that. Good God. Oh my God. That's one of the biggest ones I've seen today. Also, I love that we just have like the constant lava flow now. It's fucking awesome looking. It's a lot of fire and piss. Yes, it is. It's real life fire and piss. If anybody wants a link, there's a link. You know, this is one of the only times I kind of wish that I had people who were throwing money to me on YouTube, because I have Crypt Beer available on YouTube as a YouTube emote, and if people were joined on the YouTube channel, I think that means they'd be able to go into this other chat and post Crypt Beer. I think that's how that works. Can I do that? I don't actually know if I can do that. No, I can't. Never mind. But you could just post a normal beer emoji in there. YouTube's stupid like that. Did that back wall collapse? Not yet. It's still definitely there. It's still growing. If it does, I'm sure they'll show replays of it again. Oh, the king wants us to make 3 ballista arrows. What time of year is it? Late spring? Let's make 3 ballista arrows. Bal as 3. Turn off the bunker. And chat, it's 11:30. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I need to take a piss. I'll be back in a sec. ball ass is the shortest thing I need to type in to in order to get them to build ballista arrows. Ball ass. And that gives me assemble ballista arrow, and then I just press enter. So it's the shortest thing to type in the manager screen in order to get ballista arrows. So if I want them to really quickly make some ballista arrows, I type in ball ass. So they make ballasta arrows because it's ballastables. Oh no! Little Mkatsu was sad because Balsa died. Is you get paid to sit and wait for 30 minutes as stuff renders. Oh, that's good stuff. Or Dwarf Fortress. But Trackmania is brilliant, so. Nothing wrong with playing some Trackmania. That's ballast? Yeah, it is ballast. The shortest thing to type in to make ballast arrows. Into DF this summer? Wait for the Steam version. Like, realistically, it's like, Steam version will make picking that stuff back up much easier. Now, are you back in an office now? Is that what's up? Or because I know I haven't seen you around as much recently, but do you know ignorance, says the dwarf book? No, you don't. Not until you hath become ignorance. Grieved at somebody's death. I'm kind of half expecting my mayor to hook up with somebody else. Want to get something to eat? You should do that. Something to eat's important. I'm actually going to eat lunch today, so hopefully this year is when the Steam version comes out. But it's one of those, like, hopefully this year, but it might take too long, so maybe not worth waiting, but maybe worth waiting. I don't know. You ever, I'm not usually that person to be like, man, I wish this game had multiplayer, but I keep seeing this game pop up. I really wish this had multiplayer, because that looks like so much fun. Like, genuinely, looks like so much fun. You had a pretty busy weekend? I mean, most people did. It was Mother's Day. So for a lot of people, it was a understandably busy weekend. I was actually really happy with how Mother's Day shook out, though, at the end of the day, because I ordered flowers from my mother, like, a month and a half ago. And they arrived on Mother's Day. They were supposed to arrive the day before, but they were technically a day late because I couldn't book for Mother's Day. I could only book for the day before or the day after. So I booked for the day before, and there was a little disclaimer saying they might be late. And I was like, well, okay, that's fine. I figured like late in the day. But no, they were a day late, and they were on Mother's Day that they arrived. And because we spent the day at my grandmother's house, because we've all had our first shot now, I knew that they were supposed to arrive between 11 in the morning and 1 p.m. And we left at 11. And I'm sitting there going like, they're probably just sitting on the porch. And they totally were when we got back. Which is a good thing nobody just like picked them up and walked off with them. But they looked kind of like a potted plant, so fortunately nobody did. Fortunately. Got kind of lucky with that one, but B29? What's B29? All right, I should be able to take the Eternal Hammer off of training. Oh no. Well, them Katsu's getting thirsty. Cannon fodder's still doing okay. Oh, documentary about a plane. I think I flew this in Microsoft Flight Simulator 98 or whatever year that was. That's cool. Oh, you went to go see the physical plane. I'll be honest, I didn't actually read the website that fast. It's the plane with the cool looking cockpit. Neat. Crow is serving some plum wine. Well, Katsu, did you snap out of it? Yeah, it looks like you did. Feels love remembering gaining a sibling. All right, let's dumb question. Why is the plane called Doc? Is it like an abbreviation of something, or? We choose adhesives. All of a sudden, like, my dwarves are reading my books way more frequently. I think actually, like, changing where the library is has significantly helped that. Oh, we're all 7 of the dwarves of Snow White. That's kind of dark. I don't know why. I'm kind of not okay with that, but it's also kind of cool. It's cool now, but at the time, that's kind of dark. Speaking of kind of cool, Volcano's been busy today. Yesterday, like, it had its moments, but, like, up until maybe, like, the 5th or so, it was pretty boring. Like, it wasn't doing much, but now it's been super active. Super goddamn active. God. I mean, like, replay of the 11th down here. That was from yesterday. This isn't a replay. This is live. That's from yesterday. Orange frosting is what they're calling that. I made that joke yesterday. How dare you make my joke back at me? Human caravan has arrived. Is Babby up walking? Nope, still just Babby. How's Babby doing? Feels satisfied after receiving water. That's good. Humans are here to trade, so we're actually going to have a lot of clothing to sell them. Actually, not as much as I thought. Okay. Chat, do we want Pilot Guy to clog up the chat with more plain stuff? Wine if yes, beer if no. I don't know. Here's the thing: like, if you're not clogging up the chat with plain stuff, it's me and Diamond talking. So we're kind of lurky and kind of chill today. So it's you do what you want to do, man. You want to clog up the chat with plain stuff? Be my guest. And the royal treasurer has arrived. It's Hode again. Welcome back, Hode. Hola, party people. How's things, Johnny? I wouldn't call myself an aviation nerd. Heck, I wouldn't even call myself a volcano nerd. But here I am, staring at a volcano and talking about airplanes. So, you know, like, it all works. Yet here we are! All caps. Oh, man. At least they're watering the baby. I'll be honest, I was super worried about that. When I first ended up with a baby that needed to be watered, it's like, oh no. But how's things, Johnny Woodota? How we been? Hope things are chill in your neck of the world. Or your end of the world, rather. Hode has arrived once again and says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world's the same as every yada 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 blah 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 blah. Give me all the wood. That's not how you spell plain. That's plain as in like flat ground or boring. Like as in the plains are flat and the wide and expansive. Plane, Plane, is an airplane. I mean, if someone wants to throw an airplane into a volcano, I'd show up for that. I'd watch. I mean, Volcano would probably win. But Hode says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Thank you very much for the shipment of wood for next year. Oh, hey. There's a Kit Fox Games official account in the chat. Please redirect all release date questions to the Kit Fox Games account and not me. How's things? We're just over here staring at extremely engaging footage of a volcano, which is very relevant to dwarves. Iceland is hot this time of year, turns out. Or rather, Iceland's been hot for a while. You almost got fired yesterday. Okay. I almost got fired for falling asleep on the job once at a job that I had. That was fun. Something going to happen to Iceland? I mean, right now it's slightly more like molten rockland. You know. There was a mountain there yesterday. Crazy, right? Short version is it was built towards the end of the war and never developed for combat. And the squad was given a variety of safety and testing jobs around the country before getting retired for target bombing practice for a number of years. Eventually pulled out of the desert and restored to flying status. Huh. But yeah, this is what I've been staring at since Sunday. Is just this volcano erupting, which is 20 miles, 36 kilometers away from Iceland's capital. Which is just this giant fucking volcanic eruption going on. It's like, whoa! For anybody who doesn't know, Kit Fox Games is Alexandra, the community manager of Kit Fox. Publishing Boyfriend Dungeon, or developing Boyfriend Dungeon, publishing Dwarf Fortress. As well as other fun little games we've streamed in the past. including the doesn't get talked about enough fit for a king, which was way too much fun for a minute. Marry everybody and murder everybody. Let's go. Be a king. Quietly my favorite Kit Fox game next to Dwarf Fortress. I loved that thing. I got humans. I don't know how I got frill. You know, we probably got the frill shark leather from the humans. And now I'm selling used clothing I've made out of leather that I got from them back to them. Which is kind of, you know. Old school Ultima fans love Fit for a King. That almost sounds like something you'd read in a, like one of those older Facebook ads where it's just like, Ultima fans love this game. Click here to find out why. All Ultima fans are raving about this video game. The dwarves made some contract clothing for the humans. Well, here's the thing. It's fitted for dwarves, not fitted for humans. I would have to make large clothing for the humans. I've thought about doing that, actually. It would just give my dwarves more stuff to do, and maybe I'll actually use a larger portion of the piles of wood, or not wood, cloth and leather that I have, but... Wait, what? Update video for what? Wasn't that... Is that off schedule? Or did I, like, miss a week? I'm confused. So there's DF news tomorrow. That's off schedule, which would be weird. But... I mean... I never go to sleep early. Come on. Or rather, I never go to sleep. So, that's fine. What the heck's rotted? Rotten prepared cow kidney. Well, they're already removing it, so that's good. Tomorrow is Thursday? When was the last update, though? I thought they're every other week, unless I'm, like, going nuts. Which is certainly possible. Because there's, what, Boyfriend Dungeon update, then Dwarf Fortress update. And I don't make videos about Boyfriend Dungeon updates. Yeah, we did have 2 weeks in a row. I don't know. I mean, I would take your word for it first, but... That would be throwing schedule out of whack. Which, you know, I'd be fine with. Rotten prepared cow kidney. Why did you, oh, I know why. It's because the water flow is too thick. Said nobody ever. The water flow is too thick, so they can't get through the waterfall to get the rotten prepared cow kidney, which is stanking up the whole room. You wake up on a Thursday with a message from Tarn or not? I mean, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. That's how Dwarf Fortress works. Although Tarn is extremely consistent about things that he needs to be. Humans are writing weird words with the mule and the cow and the human. Stop it. Stupid humans. You operate on Tarn time? That's why time is subjective. You know, it's only, in Tarn time, it's only been like 6 hours since the Steam version was announced, right? It's only been 2 days. All right, come on. That prepared cow kidney is accessible now. Can we get rid of it? Need to get rid of that rotten prepared cow kidney. My brain is just sitting here full of question marks. What are we talking about, Diamond? What do you mean when you buy on KitFox? Because, like, you can buy Dwarf Fortress... Well, you will be able to buy Dwarf Fortress on itch.io and Steam. So if you buy it on itch.io, I don't think you'll get a Steam key. Unless that's something that they're doing. And if you buy on Steam, you'll get a Steam key. Well, you'll get it on Steam, not a Steam key. It'll be added to your account. Because that's how Steam works. So I'm confused. I don't think that KitFox has their own storefront, unless I missed something. Besides, we have enough storefronts. Although it is very amusing listening to all of the companies slap each other with giant waffle bats in court cases. You know, you might want to format that floppy drive and put your brain on an SSD. It'll run quicker. I'm very disappointed that I've been staring at this volcano erupting since Sunday, since the 9th, and I haven't seen any evil geniuses fly over top of it and throw anybody in it. If buying on itch will give you a Steam key or not. IMO? It shouldn't. Because all that does is, like... I don't know. But like, getting a Steam key from buying on itch is, like, a nice bonus, but... Subjective, yes. Tarn time. Subjective. Although, like, in the grand scheme of things, turn time is actually really fast. I don't know. I mean, it's silly when I see people getting all uptight about, oh, it's not out yet. It's like, fucking Biomutant was announced in 2017? And that's, like, just coming out. So it's like, come on. Trying to think of other games that got announced a while ago. This poor Dwarf. I'm so worried that Millennium is just going to tantrum and impact somebody's brain through the back of their head and out into the room next door. Yeah, although one of my favorite comments that I saw was about the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress was way back at the beginning, right when it was first announced. Some random person posted on the Steam forums and said, "So this game isn't out yet, question mark? Then how on earth is there a review of it in the Washington Post from 2011? It's like, well, you see, an Avatar sequel 10 years ago? Yeah, but nobody cares about James Cameron, so that's the difference. Nobody actually wants that, except for maybe my dad. I think my dad wants James Cameron's Avatar 2. I think my dad's like maybe the only person who actually wants that. Have you watched it in the last 10 years, though? Orange? It looks like a Nickelodeon show now. Like, it's aged as poorly as VeggieTales. I mean, story was shit, but it did have a mech with a knife. That's like the thing that sold me on that movie and kept me interested in it. It has mechs with knives. And we need more mech movies. I'm always looking for more mech movies. There isn't enough mech movies. And it had mechs. You can go home, yay! Freedom. which is why I rewatched Pacific Rim recently. The movie's still good. It's a pity they never made a sequel. Pacific Rim, still good. Volcanoes, still cool. Jesus. That's a lot of lava. If I worked in an office with people and a screen, I would just like put this on the screen and force everybody to watch it. This is wonderful. Also, when the main feed shut off and there was just a, we probably broke something, smiley face behind it. It makes me really happy. It's like, this is a news company that's, you know, streaming this feed. It's probably also the most internet traffic they've had in their existence. Can hear the highway from your house. Since COVID started, you hear more accidents happen way more frequently on it. Why is this? I'm pretty close to a hospital, and when the pandemic was at its worst, it was like just constant ambulances all the damn time. It's gotten better now, but for a long time there, it was very much just. They're back to pondering the voice. I hate the fact that my dwarves are watching reality TV. I'd much rather they would discuss Ubisoft's Division over the voice. It's like, come on, guys. Have some self-respect. Have people just forgotten how to drive, maybe? Like, they've spent so much time indoors and isolating, like, they don't know how to drive anymore and just drive into things? Could that be it? Also, for anybody who missed this, something really sad happened earlier today. The mayor of my fortress's wife passed away. And the mayor of my fortress is Sparkly 4K. And in her tomb, this was engraved, which is an image of Apostle, who was his wife, drawn by Sparkly 4K, and it's an image of Apostle and Sparkly 4K getting married in the late spring of 164. So she died, and he engraved an image next to her tomb of them getting married, which is extremely fucking sad. Your fortress brings a tear to my eye on this day. And people forgetting to drive? That would be my assumption, is it's just people forgetting to drive. Didn't she get her first husband locked up? Sparkly? Sparkly is a dude, and he only got married once. To my knowledge. I think you might be thinking about Suey and her husband, who had Suey's, the mayor at the time when Suey was around, had Suey's husband put to death and then married Suey, which was a different mayor. Which isn't helping. Cool. Might I recommend a Nerf gun to shoot at people who are speeding so that they get the point and slow down? Please don't actually do that. This is not a recommendation of violence. Child feels satisfied after receiving water. Child is thirsty again. Time to throw another bucket at him. Yeah, no, that was a different mayor, because that mayor died, right? I can't remember which mayor it was. I could check. And then she outlived him by quite a bit. Yeah, that was Cheers. Cheers, Jamie, who had Sui's husband put to death and then married Sui. Than any long-running soap opera? That's because soap operas are poorly written, and this is Dwarf Fortress. Violence doesn't solve anything unless you win. Except for all the time. Violence doesn't solve anything. Well, Earth be Angie, and it's very entertaining. So, you know, surfing on the lava flows. Dude, what's up?
Hey, Blind. Hope you're well. I finally got my Howl's Moving Castle and my Comic Zone LPs.
You know, it's funny. Comic Zone came up actually recently in a conversation that I was having with somebody because it's a game that we both remember, and both of us are pretty sure that game was bad, but we both remember it very, very fondly, and both really, really like that game. But anyway, Loverin, thank you very much for the 7 months. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. I ordered a bunch of LPs yesterday, so on my record screen, which is this scene, I actually have this tip goal to help pay for them. But I ordered actually 4 records, but one of them isn't stream safe, so that one isn't in the tip goal. But Concrete Genie soundtrack, Machinarium soundtrack, or Machinarium soundtrack. I'm actually not entirely certain how you're supposed to pronounce the name of that game. And Memories of Tokyo, which is a Jet Set Radio tribute album. All stream safe. What's this? That's the wrong link. That's a link to the actual channel. Not a link to the image. If you just link the image, then it won't, you know, cause annoyances. Also, yes, that was the image of the event. Yeah. Dwarf Mayor imprisoned this person, and then Dwarf 2 married Mayor and divorced Dwarf 1 because Dwarf 1 was put in prison. Yeah. Although, didn't just put her in prison, he fucking killed him. Fucking killed him. It was good times. Someone should make that a romance novel. I mean, if people want to write fan fiction about my fortress, I would consider doing dramatic readings, assuming they are not, assuming they're, like, my stream friendly. So, like, not family friendly, but, like, please don't make me read smut. That's my only request. Please don't make me read smut. I've just read pondering romantic injuries, not traumatic injuries, and I was concerned as hell for a second there. I mean, antic. I mean, it's got a pretty similar ending. Should I be concerned about any dwarf that's like enthusiastic after pondering dramatic injuries? I think it's time to make clothing. Got some dwarves that want to acquire things. Also, this is the 99th stream I've done of this. Meaning, assuming I stream Longdeath tomorrow and don't decide to do something else, tomorrow will be the 100th Longdeath stream. It's only just beginning. We're like a third. We're like a third of the way through. Not even a third of the way through. So, we're like a quarter of the way through, almost. Almost, meaning this is gonna be like 500 streams, probably. That was shoes twice. What's after shoes? That's it. I had to post an important GIF on Discord. So a few more years of a few more years of streaming Longdeath. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. The big question is, if saves end up like being compatible to the Steam version, should I move this fortress over to the Steam version or keep it on this version? That's the big question. This last weekend you caved and got Caves of Cud. Okay, that's a funny thing to say. But you already have too many on your list of games to play, but your last stream of Cud inspired you. You will attack it probably later tonight, depending on today's workday. You caved and got Cud. Discuss the siphon. Have they discovered siphons? That's new. You forgot all the hotkeys already? Cud's a pretty easy one to like figure out. The hardest part for me is like remembering how to make a campfire. But that's just because I have campfires bound to something particularly weird. And like the control space and control shift enter stuff is a little but Cud's just a very good game. But then again, I also just, because I play a lot of roguelikes, I guess, like, it's easier for me to pick up the, You didn't even catch that as typing. I mean, it's not that, it's really not that bad, the hotkeys for Caves of Cud. I mean, the hard part about Cud isn't learning the hotkeys. The hard part about Cud is learning the game's verbiage. Like, once you understand the way that Cud talks to you and explains information to you, by that I mean, it really fucking doesn't. Once you figure that bit out, the game becomes a lot easier. And I do mean a lot easier. Once you get past that bit, the game becomes a lot easier. But outside of that, it's, I don't know. It's more of a understanding that the way the game explains things. But I don't know. It's been really interesting playing through Sproggywood after playing a lot of Cud, because Sproggywood is frequently $1 and hard as balls, but also a much more. It's not $1 right now, to be clear. But also much more like, how do I explain this? tuned, I guess. Like it's not as expansive and open, and it's much more of a focused thing. Let's get plant processing done and jump to the new merchants. You can have weaving. And shall we begin? Apparently, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap has absolutely no jobs. We should fix this. I didn't actually realize that you had no jobs, but apparently you've had no jobs this whole time. You're just wandering around like you're permanently on vacation. You lazy bastard. Also, I think all my plant processors have just died. There we go. Plant processing begins. I don't know. When it comes to like ASCII games and stuff, it's just once you've kind of learned one, like you just sort of pick up the skill set of learning roguelikes. Once you've kind of learned one, you can learn them all. How old is the king? Quite young. He was made king in his 40s, I think. Yeah, 73 years old. Born on the 15th of Hematite in the year 154. Satisfied remembering teaching crafting, but was lonely after being away from friends. And is pondering division. And here comes the weavers. I've got so many weavers. Basically, every single one of my dwarves takes part in the clothing industry somehow. All of the cloth starts popping up, and then immediately it's just like, clothing. Yeah, the king's in his 70s, so the king's like halfway through his life, not even. King's very middle-aged. So they start making masterpiece cloth, and now that we've got masterpiece cloth, clothing gets going. And they'll probably power through this stuff pretty quick, I would assume. Also looks like we need charcoal. Because they've stopped making glass. We also need sand. Yeah, one of the benefits of having all of your dwarves born in the fort is you get to kind of see their whole life, and once dwarves hit kind of middle age, they are often very mentally robust. So it's not as anxiety inducing to get dwarves to middle age. Or rather, because like when you get a dwarf that's already middle aged, it's like, oh well. I'm always like bloody hypnotized by watching them make clothing. It's like the dwarves aren't particularly organized or good at really getting anything done consistently, but when it works, it's like a well-oiled machine. It's like everybody's got their job and they're all just getting it all done. Uh-oh, my mayor's got a demand. I need to make a great stat. And 3 ballista arrows. Let's just give you masonry in case there's an issue. It's basically an ant farm. Yeah, I mean, it's an ant farm simulator in many ways. It's one of the reasons why I argue that there are some people who insist that this game is terrible for viewing. And it's like, playing Dwarf Fortress is watching Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, if you're actually playing Dwarf Fortress, Costlord is fighting with an emu. Good luck, Costlord. When you're actually, like, just playing Dwarf Fortress, most of your time is spent just, like, watching the dwarves do their thing, right? So, like, streaming Dwarf Fortress is just kind of watching dwarves do their thing. That's why I argue that this game is excellent for streaming if people know what they're looking at. If people play it already or are used to looking at dwarves, it's an excellent streaming game. I keep on trying to convince people to just come on my stream and I'll just fucking show you how to play the game. Or I'll just go on your stream and I'll show you how to play the game. I've tried to do that with a couple of my teammates and I was like, nah, it sounds like work. Come on, guys. Come on. It's not that bad. You can play Crusader Kings. That's way harder to stream. There's way less visually going on in that game than Dwarf Fortress. You just don't know what you're looking at, so you don't understand the nuances of the details. It's like if you can make Crusader Kings entertaining, this game's got way more interesting mechanics than Crusader Kings. As good as Crusader Kings is, it's just, I don't know. You can get just as much, if not more, out of Dwarf Fort. And autumn has come, meaning it's paperwork screenshotting time. I feel kind of bad. Stone's going to wake up and just have a whole bunch of stuff to put into his documents. Although one of the coolest things about streaming DF is just seeing other people pick the game up and be like, this game's amazing! It's about damn time you tried it. It's just a matter of giving it a shot. Is Volcano doing anything? Volcano's doing things! He's bubbling. Actually, Volcano's very active today. That lava flow's intense. Holy shit. That's a funny comment that I just saw in. So I'm not gonna like highlight it because I don't really want to like dox the person. Well, it's not that it would, but it's just a YouTube account. But somebody in the in the volcano chat just asked, "Is this a North American volcano or an EU volcano?" Title of the stream is Iceland. So much red today? Yeah, right? Earth be popping off. I'm going to disable the chat. Don't need that. It's an Earth volcano. I mean, it's definitely on Mars. Come on. Iceland's on Mars. Didn't you know that? Get with the program. It's just so funny. It's like, is this an EU or an NA? It's like, well, number one, there's more than 2 continents on Earth. Number 2. Yesterday it was more yellow. It was a very mellow yellow yesterday. Be like, did you see the records that I picked up? I gotta grab these for Stone. I got a bunch of things coming in. 3 new things. Llama wool bag. Oh, that's an easy one. They brought us a bull and a reindeer cow. All right, where's the other one then? This guy's carrying a llama in a cage. It's gonna take him 7,000 years to get into the fort. I posted them up on Discord, and I've got a tip goal running for the normal stream intros, but these are what we picked up. Concrete Genie, Machinarium, and Memories of Tokyo. Very excited for that Machinarium one. I didn't even realize that was on vinyl, but bought it. Concrete Genie is a soundtrack I actually listen to quite frequently, while just, you know, streaming. Well, not streaming, but like while editing stuff. And I used to listen to while streaming. There is indeed lands of ice on Mars, yes. Although I don't think there's any active volcanoes on Mars. That being said, if someone could give us an active volcano on Mars, I would definitely watch that live stream. Machinarium's soundtrack's incredible. Beautiful game. The art in that game is beautiful too. Just everything about that game is great. As they say, it's a classic. Like, every single sequence in that game could just be like a full-size print that you put on your wall. Doesn't spit on anyone these days. You might be wrong. Just gotta put all of our nukes in the center of Mars and press the big red button, right? That's how that works. Just gotta give it some kindling. It's definitely not how that works. I'm not being serious. We definitely should just shoot our nukes at the sun, though. Perfectly valid way to get rid of nukes. What's the worst that could happen? We just have nuclear waste raining down over this. Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? Yes. Iceland is the border of the North American and Eurasian plates. Possible that's what that person was asking, but I'm not giving that person that much brain credit. Oh, hey, a llama. Let's throw off my groove. I mean, yeah, maybe that's what they were asking. It's just it's kind of funny because it's like it's just in the it's the title. I mean, what I was really, when I first saw the comment pop up, I was really hoping that the comment was, is this a North American volcano or a South American volcano? That's what I was really hoping, but that's not what I got, so. Instead I got, is this a NA or EU volcano? It would have been really funny if it was like in China. Speaking of volcano, it's going. This is what the internet's good for. It's watching volcanoes from the safety of your own home, halfway around the planet. I would watch the shit out of that. El Neso. I would watch the shit out of that. No, I'm talking about actual volcano. Actual volcano. There's an actual volcano that's been erupting for like 3 months in Iceland, and it's getting hot, like really hot. And it's like terrifyingly close to their capital. Like you can see it from their capital. And there's a town that's 2 kilometers away. Our fortress volcanoes are real in my heart. Yeah, I agree. I agree, don't worry. Uh-oh, I need to slaughter some of my animals. Oh no. Oh wait, never mind. I misread something. For a second there, I thought that my worm was multiplying because I have a tame worm. I was very worried for a second there. Can we not, like, you know, make acne jokes about the volcano, though? That'd be cool. Like, let's just, like, some people really, like myself, want to vomit every time I read that. So, like, let's not do that. That'd be cool. Because it's like this great solution for everybody involved. Like, let's just don't. How about we don't? Thanks in advance. It's all up on Discord. Stone. That's not too bad. It's not too bad, frankly. So yeah, I'm gonna ask you guys politely for a round of beers so I don't have to stare at El Naso's shitty joke any longer. But I need to. That'd be cool. Cheerio, chat. Because I don't think anybody wants to see streamer throw up. I kind of forgot that we had debug guy. You were up very early? What was the occasion? Oh no, it's getting sunny outside. I might have to close my blinds. Death rays incoming. Although my death rays are nowhere near as bad as Evil Trick's death rays. He gets like this beam of light that just like shines and looks like a laser right on his eyes. I don't know how he streams with it. I don't know if anybody notices, but I try and sneak debug guy into every single thumbnail for the DF News videos. Every single one of them I try and sneak. Oh hey, Guevinair is up and walking. That's good. 1-year-old. Now gets to be euphoric due to inebriation instead of just a child getting a bucket of water dumped on him. I was basically just gonna ask if does anybody actually notice that I do that, because like they are tiny most of the time when I make them. So I'm always just like assuming nobody actually sees them, but kind of hoping people do. Oh, that's something I should do. Mill pot? I guess that would be like, But yeah, no, that's the main question, is if people actually notice that I do that. Because yeah, for basically for the last month or so, I've tried to like fit a tiny little blue dot in each one of the thumbnails. Sometimes I make them bigger, but usually it's pretty small. Selling a bunch of anvils, because I don't need that shit. Come on. Two more ballista arrows. You like when he's peeking out from around the corner? That's one of the things I've been trying to do. Is just have him like peering around the corner like, hello. We sold them a named shield, which is a legendary item. I'm going to have like 500 bones that need to be crafted pretty soon anyway, since I'm slaughtering so many cattle. So to get that going. Your little brother is up and walking and says he prefers to be by himself. He's doing pretty well, and you yourself are you feel pleasure. Remember putting on an exceptional item and blissful sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace, and you never feel discouraged after strengthening after retching on miasma and 225. Probably miasma that you left because you left rotting food in your bedroom. Probably would be without just my guess. If I had to guess, it's probably something along those lines. Is your dwarf alive? Nah. No, you died of old age a while ago, El Nasa, unfortunately. You're grown up? No. No. No, you are not grown up. No, you are a wee lad of 2 years old. Adolescent, not even. You're 2. You were born yesterday, please. It's going to take at least a week for your dwarf to grow up. You'll mine the shit ton of gems? I don't need any more gems, though. So many random items. Stone, she is... Where'd she go? Where'd your little stone go? Also, Stone, we're gonna ask, what kind of stone are you? Is the volcano still in? Yeah, I still have the stream up. Satisfied at work? Seem pretty happy? You felt love when remembering gaining a sibling, so you've come around on that. And mulling over the reoccurring memory allowed you to rethink your values and personal tendencies. You believe that little is better in life than a good party after gaining a sibling. So you like a good party. And apparently Vim is in prison. Whoops, I must have missed a mandate. Oops. Sorry, Vim. It'll be fine. Seashore, not seahorse. Clearly you can't read. But volcanoes, bubbling, little lava flow, pretty consistent lava flow. So if hypothetically, chat, I don't know anything about volcanoes really, or nor do I know anything about volcano safety, but somebody in chat might. If lava is flowing towards city, the fuck do you do? Like, do you just get like a bunch of dudes with like fire hoses to spray water at the lava to like seal it off and try and redirect it? Or do you just like scream and run away? Like, what do you do? Because I actually don't know. Like, there's got to be like some sort of precautions there. I'm pretty sure you run away. Trenches? Trenches? I mean, trenches seem like a logical thing. It's like, there's got to be, like, because there's no evacuations happening. So, like, they've got to have some sort of way of getting around it, right? I mean, I don't like it when people call me Blindy, so Stone probably doesn't like it when we call Stone Seahorse. I'd say it depends on the speed and possibly try to reroute it to flow into another channel away from the city. Lava digs its own trench. Well, I mean, you make a point. It's the gases, the rubble, and the smoke. Yeah, and the ash that come down. It's the sulfur, the smoke, the ash. Like, I know about that stuff. But I don't know, like, what you would do about lava that's flowing towards something important. I guess, yeah, just try and redirect it, but I don't know. I guess I just have this funny image in my head of, like, firemen just, like, spraying lava. Avatar intro started. It's like, and then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. You know, just world history. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. I'm very much hoping at some point I just like pan over that and just see like a badly photoshopped Godzilla coming out of the volcano. Somebody go film some of that and just like, you know, put up a video of just like kaiju appears in volcano in Iceland video and just like animate like a Godzilla coming out of it. I think marble's my favorite one because it rolls off the tongue nicely. The word marble, it's just a fun word to say. Also, I've got marble countertops in my apartment, so I live close to marble. And drying itself with its sunbathing. Yeah, just like lying down on the side of the mountain and just like, ah, what a nice hot tub. Katsu, how we do? Still grieving at somebody's death. Whoa! That was really loud. Holy butts. Yeet. Whew. All right. Excuse me while like I, you know. I think that one just took 10 years off my life. Hi, Hobo. How are you? Good afternoon. Yeah, I turned it down for you guys too. That jump scare. I'm so sorry. Hey, no offense, Hobo. I love your sound command. It's beautiful. You did an amazing job on it. I'm turning it down. Not by much, though. 20%. You're awake now? Yeah. Ugh. Hold on. I'm going to do a test run. Brace yourselves, chat.
This is madness! Madness.
It was louder than usual. but I redid my audio
Neat.
the other day. By the other day, I mean Monday. So I'm still balancing things. I redid my audio to be better to have other people on my stream, like for after hours and such, because I'm hosting after hours on Friday. So, yeah, it's back down to where it's supposed to be. Less ear blasty in the facey. But yeah, no, oh, also, worth noting, I mean, sound commands will be turned off on Friday anyway, so. But yeah, Friday, I'll be streaming Halcyon after hours. We will be playing Gartic Phone, which should be a bit of fun. It's basically just the do not draw a penis video game. Must resist urge to draw dick on thing. Because it's basically charades. Or Pictionary. Everyone fails at that game? Oh, yeah. What, the do not draw a dick? I mean, actually, no. Here is the thing. Like, I'm actually pretty good at that when I'm on streams, especially other people's and my own. Now, if I was just playing with friends, oh, you bet everything would have a dick on it. If I was playing in private with friends, it would be a very different game. What? When I made a bad joke and I was on Dyer's stream and you booed me and I'm like, I'm getting booed. Was it on Dyer's stream? I think that was on Dyer's stream. Or was that actually maybe that was on Evil Trick stream. Can't remember which one that was. Yeah, I've seen Outer Space. I played it a year before it came out at PAX. It's very rare that I haven't seen games. Like, if somebody mentions a game that I haven't heard of, that's like a weird event. Like, that's actually kind of impressive when people are like, hey, have you heard of this game? And I'm like, no, weird. Aren't we all those socks? Aren't we all, though? Why am I... Now I'm just thinking about Superbad. I want to watch... I should watch that movie again. I should get really baked and watch Superbad. I think I figured out what I'm doing Friday. Because that movie's still funny. And Emma Stone is still best celebrity crush. Uh-oh. I mean, what? I mean, I don't know what that would give you. Not generally, because I'm not that good at drawing, socks. I'm nowhere near that good at drawing. But I do want to watch Superbad again. I watched Superbad, well, actually the first hour of Superbad when I was in Edmonton in 2019. But I think the main reason we haven't played Out of Space as far as team stuff is because Kiri's already 100%ed it, and I think FG has too. So there's like kind of no reason to play it now with them, and then that's like half the people I play games with. So we like to play games that we haven't already played to death, even though I haven't really played it. Man, I don't want to be a bummer, but like, it kind of sucks when I see Kickstarters pop up with very little fanfare around them, and then like, you can kind of feel the desperation when they're like not halfway to their goal yet. Kickstarter I'm talking about is this one. I might do a first look at that tonight, depending on how I'm feeling. But it's kind of a neat game. You should play the demo. I'm not saying you should back it, but have a peek at the demo. It's a very, very, very big open thing. But because I own the game on itch, I just got an email from the dev saying, "Hey guys, we have a Kickstarter going if you didn't know." I'd like to see that game get funded though, because it's a really solid base already. It's just doesn't have art that's as pretty as Stone Shard, unfortunately. Even though it's significantly a better game already, even in the demo format. You heard people talking about drawing? People were talking about art in the chat earlier, yeah. Doing QA at work and just read through 3 tickets where agents repeatedly misread text and kept wasting the customer's time for a week. All the tickets were closed by the customer themselves. I figured it out myself. Sounds like somebody that you're employing needs more training. Vim, that humiliation is rough. But assuming it doesn't stick in your mind, you should be okay. Although she is excited remembering performing, so you're not actually missing out on too much. How long are you in prison for, though? Oh, only 1 more day. Perfect. Perfect, 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 meaning they will release you pretty soon. I still think that the king has like one of the best dwarven last names I've ever seen. Machine Hollow. It's such a good last name. I can't handle these memes, man. Like, they're good. Keep making them, but I don't know what to do when I see this. Also, for anybody who's on the Discord, I feel like the image of the car with like the planters on the dashboard that Amber posted, I think I've seen pictures of that car before, and I'm pretty sure the whole car is just a garden and most of the roof has been cut off. Iceland in the past year used water, pumps, hoses to divert the lava. So it is literally like my imagined image of like just firemen spraying water at the lava, but maybe like, you know, a little less ridiculous. Detiro is playing with a toy boat. An iron toy boat. It's adorable. I'm kind of happy that the image in my head is like kind of accurate-ish, where they used water and pumps to divert lava. It's like, oh, it's like just call the fire department. There's lava coming. Obviously not that simple, but still. I'm kind of pleased that my mental image is relatively accurate-ish. Talking about getting baked, here's some cookies. I could actually make you cookies. I got more than enough decarbed weed that I could do that. It's even like it was a hard issue. It's like someone asking for PPJ, and the agent was like, we're out of peanut butter and have to go to the store now. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's wild that people just like all misread the same issue. Although I misread text all the time. True story. So there's a person who comes by this channel every now and again named Vlek, right? Before they were named Vlek, their username was Freakified. So Freakified, which isn't easy to say. I read it as Freakified, not Fied, F-I-E-D. So I read it as like fried, as in like deep fried, and not Fied, as in Freakified. And it took me until they changed their name and explained why they changed their name for me to realize it. That I'd been reading their name wrong for about 2 years, give or take. And I felt really bad. Still kind of do. It's like, I'd been reading your name wrong for like 2 years. It's like, yes, my eyes suck, but I can read. Come on. It's like people reading Stone's name as Seahorse Wall, not Seashore's Wall. Lava's kind of going nuts, actually. I mean, that's unfortunate, Johnny. Yeah, right, Stone. That's my reaction too. Although I would argue that's a problem with you, not so much a problem with Stone's name. Still waiting on a few things. We're waiting on shoes, socks, and hoods and caps. But almost everything's done. Yes, there's definitely no W in the name. But you know, like they always say, you know, your brain reads what it wants to read, not necessarily what it actually reads. Although on the topic of good usernames, I saw somebody in Bellinair's chat the other day named Kim Jong Ugly, which is, mwah. Can I name a dwarf after the volcano that we're watching? Well, I have no dwarves to name. Well, I mean, Could name Bim after the volcano, but I don't actually know the name of the volcano that's erupting, so. I genuinely don't. Not that I've really put any effort into looking it up. So. You know, part of me really wants to visit Iceland, but I fear that if I visit Iceland, I'll want to move to Iceland. You know, I'm not going to say that because the first 3 letters would make me sound like I'm saying something bad. So I'm just going to not say that for fear of, like, you guys clipping it, you know? Is that such a bad thing? Yes, actually. Yes, that's a bad thing. Why are we gelding the volcano? Also, season just ended. I think we're into winter. Yeah, no, can't do that. Yeah, no, absolutely can't do that. Although, if anybody wants to throw it into, Kano's been a bad boy. Although, if you do want to hear how that is correctly pronounced, in theory, I could change text to speech to Icelandic and see what happens. Yes, wanting to move to Iceland is a bad thing. Because dreaming of things that I can never have is a bad thing. Although, on the topic of moving to Iceland, one of the members of this community, Stone Pants, right at the beginning of the pandemic, oh no, this poor dwarf, right at the beginning of the pandemic, went on a vacation to Iceland. It was a 3-week-long vacation to Iceland. And I remember, like, Canada was in lockdown. The UK wasn't in lockdown yet. The US hadn't even realized there was a pandemic happening yet. And he's just like, yeah, I'm going on a vacation to Iceland. And we were all just like, seems like a really bad time to go on a 3-week vacation to Iceland. He's like, yeah, but I've been waiting for this trip for 2 years. I'm going on this fucking vacation to Iceland. Went on the vacation to Iceland. Iceland went into lockdown. And now he's an Icelandic citizen. It's like he went on a vacation to Iceland and never went home. Win? I guess. Supposedly the internet's terrible and he never tunes in anymore, so it makes me sad, but. You wish that was you? I mean, it was like, I guess, the perfect time to go on a vacation. Yeah, no, he checked in like 8 months later and was like, yeah, I have a job now and I'm renting a basement suite. Good for you. Well done, I guess. Now I'm actually looking. Is there actually like a Icelandic? Oh my god, I'll bet you the Indian voice is hilarious. There's a Welsh one. Japanese, Norwegian, Portuguese, Romanian, Russian, Swedish, Turkish, US Spanish, other Welsh. Oh, there's no Icelandic? Okay, never mind. I can't actually set it to Icelandic. I could make it British. Could make it Siberian. Oh, never mind. There's Icelandic. All right, so tips are no longer French. Tips are now Icelandic. Bits are still just English, though. Your girlfriend is in Iceland, too? Normally immigrating there is actually bad? Wait, what? Why? In what way? Like, it's just a difficult country to immigrate to. Probably. There's not that many. What's the population of Iceland? To the Googs. Population of Iceland. There's less people in Iceland than my city. There's 356,991 people in Iceland as of 2019. And for reference, there's 800,000 people in my city. So not quite 5%, but like, they don't let you in? Yeah. I mean, that would add that to the list of reasons why wanting to move to Iceland would be bad. Also, isn't EVE Online like a large percentage of Iceland's income since the banks exploded? Like CCP Games is like actually a large portion of the Icelandic income. That and tourism. But no, with all of my health problems, I shouldn't move. Just period. Like, me moving far away is actually, like, kind of dangerous. At least currently. So wanting to move somewhere is a bad thing. If anything, I should just move up into the interior of BC. I feel like that's a joke and I'm missing a punchline, Daturo. Into the wilds of BC? Yep. I mean, that's basically the equivalent of moving to small towns. Would be an upgrade for healthcare? That's not true. Canada's healthcare is just as good. I have 100% coverage on everything, so can't really beat that. I have a $300 down deposit, or a, not down payment, what's the word I'm looking for here? My brain's not running properly today. I have to pay $300 a year, that's it, so. Deductible, that's the word I was looking for. Sorry, I was thinking down deposits because I was looking at houses last week. Not that I can actually afford a house, but my deductible's $300, so I literally can't get better than that. There's other things that would be an upgrade about moving to a Scandinavian country, but having to learn a language, not so much. Small town population bear. No, actually, population 2 beavers, a moose, a bear, 5 chickens, and someone's grandma. Don't forget the beaver when talking about remote towns in BC. Although realistically, the remote, it's not actually that remote, town that I wouldn't mind living in is to Google. Hope, BC. Population is 6,000. Some of you may recognize this place as where a little indie film called Rambo was filmed. It's like the town's one claim to fame, so there's like statues of fucking Rambo everywhere. But I would love to move to Hope. I was actually planning to move to Hope, and then I was diagnosed with all my health problems, and there's like no specialists out there, and it's like 6-hour drive from where I live. So the beaver and the bear are married. That's just a kid's book. This is a beaver and this is a bear, and they love each other very, very much. All right, how's Cool. We got all the clothing done. Hallelujah. Took them long enough. Now we're doing a ton of slaughtering. Almost done. Got a bunch of animals I gotta train. So I can slaughter them. There we go. That's why I didn't say it was a joke. I just said I felt like I was reading a joke that didn't have a punchline. I wasn't stating it was a joke. I never said that you were telling a joke, and I know that you weren't telling a joke. I just said it felt like you were reading a joke because, or telling a joke because of the way it was worded. Well, I mean, the Gotham in Batman is not related to the actual place known as Gotham. Not even remotely. Horses never return because they can't swim that far. Yeah, that's kind of where I was expecting that to go. Yeah. As somebody who's not a doctor, my knee-jerk reaction is no. Diamond. I always thought it was pronounced got him. I like this pronunciation. We should roll with it now as the official and only proper pronunciation of the word Gotham. No, that's just what the Joker calls it. Got him. It's related to a folk story about mad people. Yeah, but Gotham is... Well, anyway. I don't need to get into Batman bullshit, but Gotham is not related to the town of Gotham. Hey, chat, someone's asking for advice on the Discord about Dwarf Fortress, if anybody wants to assist. And I'm going to save myself from where that's going, Socks, because I didn't like it. In the word stories. Speaking of Iceland. Shit's not exploding right now, and I'm sad. Come on, Iceland. Stop being boring. Entertain me. We have sausages, though.
Sója ta vegar vatning vorkanos eruftin geldingadalir and Fagradalsfjalls.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sure that that's very accurate. Thanks for the $5, Detiro. Cheers. That's the Icelandic voice. I'm sure it's very accurate. Mayor ended a mandate. Really, no. That ain't... No, you did not hear a fuck in there. Yeah, no, you definitely didn't. But here, I will play it again. I'm not getting another $5, but it's playing again.
Svo ja ta verða kring Vorkanos eruftin Geldingadalir and Fagradalsfjalls.
Definitely didn't say fuck, but it does definitely sound like fuck. Definitely didn't say fuck, but definitely did sound like fuck. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the $5 from Deterowit? Cheers, friend. That's extremely stupid. A lot of things sound like fuck. Yeah, duck, truck, buck, luck, stuck. Yeah, that's about it, right? It's definitely the only words that sound like fuck. I think you just like that word. I think that's on you, Diamond. I wouldn't get mad at TTS lady, Icelandic TTS lady for saying bad words, because you're just making her say bad words. You're the meanie here. It's a thick accent, man. Come on. Be nice. Now you're just being rude, frankly. How's Clay doing? We should all be as one. Why are we all struggling? Fucking mood. We should all be as one. Why are we all struggling? Chat, we should all be as one. Why are we all struggling?
Toes botsi fukki bals.
I'm sorry, what? that was does bot say fuck? She says fook, apparently. Oh no.
Ikenna pahju aho petusa oisiava fort alreatikum ytini.
What? Man. I'm bummed out, chat. Thanks for the $20, B-Lug. The $5 hobo. The $5 Deterro Wit. I just got offered a pretty hefty sponsorship thing, but it's for a game I hate. It's a game I hate. Oh. Oh. Oh, you didn't. You did nothing unless somebody tipped in your name. But for $20. No, it's not for Raid. I've never played Raid, so I can't tell you if I hate Raid or not. Actually, they haven't offered me money in a while. They've been kind of quiet on that front. Never sponsored again. I mean, most sponsorships I just willfully ignore. I'd hate Raid. I probably would hate Raid. I mean, I like Raid because it helps all of the YouTubers who like constantly accept like sponsorships from it pay their bills, but the thing is, it would be to play a game for money, not on my channel. Because it's not something I've actually accepted. No, it's on their Steam thing. I'm thinking about it. Thinking about it. Go for it, vinyl money. Because you have no idea how this industry works, Spyboot. Because you have no idea how this industry works, that's why. I mean, I applied for it. I can't say what it is unless I get it. Sick elevator music? Yeah. Is it Stone Shard? Nah. Nah. It's the third game in a series where I love the sequel, but I hate the third one. Because they put everything that's fun about that game behind time gating and locking. But their website's busted, so I can't actually apply for it right now. They just sent me an email about it, but... Like, the email arrived, like, 8 minutes ago. If you see a funny man playing it, well, good thing you don't have to buy Dungeon Keeper. It's free to play on phones. I mean, nobody called me. I never called you an ass. I just simply stated you don't know how this industry works, which is totally fine. If you want to call me an ass, that's fine. But I will simply ignore everything that you say. So you do what you want to do, friend. And don't do what you don't want to do. I ain't being an ass. There's just some things that you don't understand about this industry, and that's totally acceptable. Be like, could you fix the text adventures bot? It went and broke. Although maybe it's play Zork that we need to type in, Hobo. Or maybe it's load Zork, I think. Nope. That's it. Brag it. No. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing, Spyboot, right? I am me, and if you don't like that, that was intentional. Thanks, B-Lug. Cheers, man. Some people like me, some people don't. Have a good night's sleep. I don't aim to please everybody. If you want somebody who just isn't themselves ever, go watch whoever you want. What are the goats running away from? They're panicking and running away from something. Is there an owl on one of them? Nope, that's an alpaca. What is that? It's oh, it's one of the buzzards, probably. Something just spooked all of my goats and sheep. Absolutely nothing of value. Person asked, aren't sponsorships designed to exploit a certain audience? And I don't like talking about exploiting my audience for any reason, so I'm never going to agree with that. And and they said, why would they pay you to stream on a Steam page? And I simply responded with, you don't know how this industry works, because I don't need to give you a detailed description of how this industry works when you're claiming that I'm exploiting my audience with any kind of a sponsorship. So fuck off, frankly. What's up, Pi? How's things? And then you call me and ask, well, I guess we can't be friends then. I didn't do anything to you. That's on you, not me. It's actually not red rock or dirt. Up on the surface, it's mostly apples. Apples, apricots, and apricot leaves. Because in the fall, leaves turn red and gold and yellow and other various colors and fall to the ground, right? Well, that happens in DF, and that's what most of that coloration is up on the surface. And sometimes you want to pay a face that is well rehearsed to be in a position where they can see things. Or where people can see it. So in the case of paying somebody to be on a Steam page, they're paying for advertising time. Canadians say apricot instead of apricot. I think it depends on the Canadian. I don't think that's a Canada-wide thing. I've always said apricot rather than apricot. I think my mom actually says apricot. If I get accepted, I'll just tell you what game it is. A garbage third entry. Ironically, it's also the best received game in this series. It's the highest reviewed game in this series. I just don't like it. By that, I mean I like the first game and the second game. Don't like the third one. Oh, here's a hint. Well, actually, no, you could just wiki this. That would make it too easy. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't a Steam stream, though. The fact that it's a Steam stream, I'm interested. Although, ironically, I've also been offered a sponsorship for a game I really like, which I did once before. So hopefully that happens, too. It's already easy. I mean, if you know me, it's super easy. Especially if you were there, it's super easy. But but now I'm distracted. Got to get back focusing. It's easy if you know me. It's not so easy if you don't know me. Or if you don't pay super close attention to specific things that are going on. Why is that not working? Wait. And the annual tribute from Basti Just Mac has arrived. Weird. What current year is Longdeath? No one's actually asked. 228. We started at the very end at 226 today. Time is passing fast. I mean, no, it's not. 1,000 years by 2022? Maybe, actually. That's actually pretty plausible. That is pretty plausible. Not gonna lie, that is relatively plausible. That's the thing I was looking for. I had to get something set up in the background. My bad. Sorry, chat, for being kind of quiet, but trying to get something set up. There you go. Now it's set up. All right, we're good to go. So if they give it to me, then cool. Patchwork, thank you very much for the 22 months.
Hey, more monies.
Thank you very much for the 22 months, Patrick. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the 22 months? There we go. What is the sub alert saying? It's saying help, save me, help, and it's Daffy Duck saying help, save me, help. I need to make 2 ballista arrows. Wait, where are those? Holy crap, you are walking slowly, merchant. Where did the other one go? Do I see sponsorship monies for rainy days or extra free days? That's not how income works, my dude. Does that make you a genius or really dumb? Since blocks spell casts because they don't say the words for the magic spell. Since blocks spell casts because you cannot say the words for the magic spell. Huh? What? Nope. It says help save me. Help. Help. An iron anvil. Maybe he had too much Zekdu. He had too much Zekdu and now he's slew. Silence blocks spell casts. You cannot say the words for the magic spell. I don't get it. I reread the first word. Still don't get it. Duct tape beat wizard? I mean, we all knew that. Duct tape beat a lot of people, actually. Just throw the roll and hit him in the head. There we go. You're assembling the ballista arrows. I need 2. We got 2 lined up. It's early spring. Nobody's died this year, which is nice. Just a stray wolf. So since we're into early spring, it's 228. Not bad considering we started at the very beginning of 226. Or very end of 226, rather. You had a DM who insists that you can't be in your own silence bubble because it immediately breaks your own concentration. I don't think too hard about magic systems because thinking too hard about magic systems makes my brain noggin melt a little bit. And I don't like that. The elves have arrived to trade. Also, you can now play Zork again on the Discord, thanks to B-Lug. If you would like to play Zork on the Discord. Quote from seize the duct tape. I mean, duct tape is a very, very, very powerful tool. But in the hand of somebody who isn't trustworthy, it's a very, very dangerous tool. If you put a bag of holding it into a bag of holding, if you put a bag, this is just my opinion. If you put a bag of holding into a bag of holding, it should break the bag of holding, and like cause it to, you know, cease working. Maybe a bad opinion, but that's my hot take. Bag of holding inside of bag of holding should break bag of holding. It's like if you throw a sun at a sun, you don't get a bigger sun. You get a broken sun. I mean, it would also, like, you know, cause the death of the entire planet and plane that you're on, you know? Suck all matter into it. It would do a lot more than just destroy the bag. They brought a hedgehog. No gremlin, though. I'll trade it all for a vest. All right, chat. Since I promised you guys at the start of the stream I would actually eat lunch today, I should probably actually eat lunch today. So I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. Sun plus sun does not equal bigger sun. No. It also doesn't equal volcano, unfortunately. All right, so chat, like I said, I'm actually going to go take a break. I'm going to let you guys watch Quevin. Maybe not Quevin. He's going to be boring. Let's follow the Captain of the Guard around. I will be back, hopefully. If you throw a bag of holding into a rogue singularity, you can shut it down. Really? Huh. I never got that deep into that game. Anyway, chat, if you could do me a huge favor and give me a round of beers in chat, and if you happen to have access to them, use some sound commands to entertain the chat room. I will be back in a hopefully less than 10 minutes. I need to go make some toast and whatnot and give myself injections and all that fun shit that I get to do in my day. I will be back in hopefully a reasonable amount of time. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for all the tips today. Seriously. And I will see you guys soon. I agree. What the fuck is this guy doing? The hell? He's been like moving, he was moving the stuff back and forth, and now he's still moving stuff back and forth. Goffer, are you okay? Like, actually, Goffer, are you okay? Rearranging? I mean, it's just like obsessive compulsive disorder. He's just like gotta constantly be moving stuff. Nice box, Bailey. How you doing, K Bailey? I also have a box. All right, well. Now they go to sleep. Reorganizing is exhausting. What can I say? It's an exhausting thing. Also, now that the person who called me an ass is probably nice and gone, one thing I will say, just to anybody who is potentially wondering, in case you guys don't have the ability to figure it out for yourselves, because it's pretty simple. What's cheaper? Paying somebody a sum of money, or what makes more logical sense? Paying somebody with experience talking to an audience a sum of money to entertain a crowd of people on a product page that you're trying to sell. Or getting an awkward developer to do it. It's just easier to pay somebody to sit on a Steam page for 3 hours or 4 hours or however long than it is to you know, buy all of your own equipment, run your own broadcast, and not have any experience in doing that. If you've ever watched a developer stream, they're often difficult to watch because if you don't have experience talking to a crowd, anybody who's tried streaming, it's not easy. So a lot of companies opt to either bring in volunteers or offer to pay people to stream on their Steam pages. It's quite common now, especially since streaming on Steam pages has become a thing. If you looked at the Steam page for the game Hood recently, you may have seen some of my teammates on there because we were sponsored to do that. So it's quite common. In fact, I would rather do that than stream games on my stream because it's kind of like just taking an acting gig versus just directly selling you guys. Although I dream of being able to stream documentaries again from Curiosity Stream. That was the best sponsored gig I ever had. Maybe one day I'll get to do that again because that was amazing. Exactly. I mean, my microphone setup alone is for the amount that it costs to hire me to stream on a Steam page for 4 hours. I would have to do it 3 times to be able to buy my audio setup again, maybe more. So, audio gear is it's not cheap. Also, then you can get round the clock stuff because you could just get a whole bunch of people and hire a whole bunch of people to do it. It's part of marketing. Now, stream for a game. Should talk about not the gameplay itself. If you don't look at Tarn Blade DF, if you look at Tarn talking about new stuff. Exactly. Yeah. No, totally. Although on the topic of developer things, something I really want to do, once Jupiter Hell leaves early access in August, assuming they make their release date, once that happens, I actually really want to get Epion, maybe not on stream, but on my day off, and just do a developer long play with him, where I play the game, we play on hard, and we play through the whole game from end to end with him doing commentary on everything he sees. I think that would be a lot of fun to do. I think that would be super interesting. Do You Know Ignorance is the most popular book in the fort right now because Do You Know Ignorance was just written. It's a very funny name for a book. Do you know ignorance? Yes, I do. I live on Earth. Well, I mean, I can't give direct answers on stuff like that because I sign contracts, right? But who knows? I might not even get accepted for it. It was just an invite to be selected. It was an invite to apply for a thing, so I might not even get it. Which is kind of what I'm expecting, to be honest. Also, beautiful sunsets in Iceland right now. Look at that. Camera 3 is just, like, gone. What happened to camera 3? It's just, like, smoke. I feel so tired of everything. I feel that, cannon fodder. It's a goddamn mood there, dude. How are we doing? Everybody's happy? Let's put everybody upstairs in the celebrate room. Plenty of booze, too. It's a little bit more to it than that, Diamond, but sure. And Formal Blizzard, I saw that host. Cheers, man. Maybe camera 3 was taken out by lava. I have a feeling if it was taken out by lava, someone would have noticed and someone would have said something. I have this feeling one of you would have told me if camera 3 got taken out by lava. It would have been like, camera 3 got taken out by lava! Rah! Oh, there's too much glare. Gotcha. Actually, that makes sense because like they were zoomed in super heavily on the lava overflowing. Yeah. The party room, I'll have you know, Diamond, not the dungeon room. It's a tavern. I mean, in the current year, if I could get locked at a tavern filled with vaccinated people, I would be so happy. Like, just, oh my God, just getting locked in a pub for 4 hours with a whole bunch of people that have all been vaccinated, that would be amazing. God damn. I'd kill to be in these dwarves' position right now. You're getting locked in this tavern with a library and access to your bedroom for a month. Enjoy yourself. Damn it. I'm gonna hang out in here till summer. Yeah, I have a feeling that they're not gonna let their cameras get taken out by lava. Not intentionally anyways. Yeah, no, not intentionally. Although I'm sure there's a hold on. To YouTube. Throwing a GoPro into a volcano. I found a video called GoPro Gets Melted by Lava and Survives. um, uh, I'm just saying. Here, I'll link the video. It does catch fire. And it gets water poured on it. Why did I read? My brain flipped that sentence around, Hobo. But what you wrote, I just sat back down and I missed the context, but I took a GoPro into a Canadian anti-submarine ship the other day. I read that as, I just sat back down and I took a GoPro into an anti-Canadian submarine ship the other day. And I was like, I'm sorry, what the fuck's an anti-Canadian submarine ship? And then I realized my brain funneled up the sentence. I was very perplexed for a moment there. I was like, what the fuck's an anti-Canadian submarine ship? Why are you in an anti-Canadian submarine ship? Specifically anti-Canadian. It's like, pardon? I thought you went scuba diving. Not like invading my country. Excuse me? Although that's like my line. Whenever I go to the States, I always tweet, I'm invading America. We're gonna make America's hat American again? I mean, we never were, so that would be a first, actually. You can't make something again if it wasn't that thing previously. That's not how that works. If anything, America used to be Canadian. Well, America used to be British. And Canada is still slightly more British. So, I don't know. Really, where to go with that. America, that's how? America doesn't care about the space-time continuum. And will be self-absorbed and think they're the best regardless, right? Just, you know, passively poking. Passively poking. Gotta keep passively poking. Gotta keep passively poking. Instead of just, like, directly insulting. Like some people think I do. America fucks. Yeah, I guess. Woo. Sounds like some commie shit. Space-time continuum, some commie shit. No, that's just physics. Quantum physics. On notes, well, she's on our coins. She's on our bills. I could go grab some Canadian money and show you. She's on our Canadian money. Also, fun fact, Canadian money does actually smell like maple syrup. It is actually scratch and sniff. It actually smells like maple syrup. I'm not even joking when I say that. American money just smells like cocaine. Canadian money smells like maple syrup. Who's the better country now? Yeah, right, exactly, right? But yes, our money, yes, our money is plastic. Yes, our money is colorful. And yes, our money is scratch and sniff. I mean, hobo, if you have $1 million in free in US dollars, in US $1 bills, that's enough for like a line of cocaine. I mean, I keep waiting. Is anybody else not shocked that the queen isn't dead yet? Like, am I the only person who isn't just like, she's gonna just keel over like next week? Because I keep expecting that to happen. I'm not kidding about fucking scratch and sniff Canadian money. No, our Canadian money smells like maple syrup. I'm not shitting you. Not joking. It smells like maple syrup. It's not actually scratch and sniff it, but it does smell like maple syrup. If I was kidding, I would have said, I'm not joking. It smells like maple syrup. Because it's possible to figure out if Canadian money is false if you are blind, deaf, or blind and deaf. You can identify whether or not it's legitimate. Unless you have no sense of smell, are blind and deaf, and no sense of feel. So if you can't feel anything, can't breathe, and can't smell, and can't hear, and your only sense is taste, then I guess you're just fucked. Died at 99? I mean, yeah? Stone? Test in 2009 showed that 90% of American bills contain traces of cocaine. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm quoting. Yeah, which is why if you have $1 million in $1 American bills, you'll have enough cocaine for 1 line of cocaine. Also, a line of cocaine is not $1 million. So she's only 95. She's only 6 years older than my grandmother, or 6 years older than my Oma. My grandmother is 7 years older than my grandmother. The Scotch voice. Tell a story. What story are we telling? The story of Ez and Wildcloister becoming the king. No one tells the story of how Kade became the king. No one tells that story. Could use a really good meal. What do you like eating? Tomato wine and horse's milk. Mountain goat. I have goats. Is that not enough? I just don't have mountain goats. Just normal goats, unfortunately. Here, I'll go show you some Canadian money. Unfortunately, I don't have a $100 bill, which is the one that has the braille on it, but it's a $5 Canadian bill. It's textured up at the top here in the corner, which you might be able to see. So you can feel that it's legitimate. It's got the number 5 in braille. It doesn't have as much in braille as the $100 bill, which has it all the way across the bottom, but it's got the number 5 in braille, which I don't think you guys can see, but you can feel it. And it smells like fucking maple syrup. Actual money. Yeah, not funny money. And for those of you who always ask, it's a $2 coin. We call it a twoonie. And $1 coin. We call it a loonie. Because it's got a loon on it. And our contribution to space. No, they smell like metal. Hobo. I'm gonna go put this away. Actually, I'll go grab a $10 bill. Show you what those look like. Here's UK's mascot. Also has Braille. Whatever the fuck that is. I don't actually know what that is. What is that? Yeah, and if you hold them up to the light, you can see the Canadian flag in the background. More old people that don't matter. Also has Braille. Trans-Canada rail line. It's purple as fuck. Kind of looks blue with the lighting, but it's definitely purple. Canadian money. It's fun. Also, it's summertime. So I actually need to play the game again in a second. I'm gonna go put my drugs money back now. That's Canadian money. Looks like a €2. Oh, so a €2 coin looks like a $2 coin? Yeah, no, I always have a stash of cash because I use it to buy weed. So, ballista arrows. It's time to turn the celebration room off. Dwarves can go back to whatever they were doing before, and we can trade. But really, a €2 coin looks like a 20. Interesting. Ooh, this really depressed merchant is researching. Researching what? His own tears? Are you actually crying? I'm going to feel bad if you are. Nope, you're not. But you are just depressed. Everyone say goodnight to Animal. You have a good one, dude. Thanks for continuing to support the stream and all that. And thanks, guys, seriously, for all the tips today. You know, I've been kind of memeing around it and whatnot, but, like, seriously, thank you. Bad photos of a tenor would be an off topic? Yeah, I guess, yeah, sure. Not really thinking about it too much, but yeah. That's where I would put it. It's definitely not on topic, so... You know, ponder more traumatic injuries. Katsu's still stressed. I feel like I can recover Katsu, because Katsu hasn't tantrumed yet. That's the thing. It's when they start tantruming that it's like, uh-oh, we got a problem. But because they haven't tantrumed yet, I think that we can save Katsu. Same with Cannon Fodder. It's like Cannon Fodder's a little down, but... Dwarves get moody sometimes, but as long as they're not, like, killing people en masse, we're kind of okay. Well, as long as they're not killing anyone, period. The second they kill somebody, I expel them, so. And there we go. That's that layer of that done. Let's get a higher one up. Then we get to go all the way up and deconstruct all of them. Although after I'm done with this layer, we're going to have to deconstruct some stuff. Humble Heal Bundle? Supposedly, Humble Bundle is doing some real cruddy things. Oh, fuck, it's one of those Biggie bundles. Bigu bundle! The thing is, I think I own all of these games. Like, yeah, I'm pretty certain I own all of these games. But, yeah, it's good shit. I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty damn solid little bundle. I think honestly that game dev bundle right now is their best one, but yeah, we posted low quality images of a tenor. I'll have to check in a sec after I get this layer going. At least we've only had one death today. It's kind of, I'm always kind of worried we're gonna have more deaths. Yeah, you definitely have a younger, prettier picture of the queen than the picture that I have on mine. She's showing her age a little more in mine. Speaking of the queen, do you guys hear? Okay, company bought and customized a Wii, as in like the Nintendo console, a Wii, with yeah, we bundle but no Yuri bundle. I saw that, was gonna say something but didn't. Anyway, the queen was gifted a golden Wii by THQ Nordic. Maybe it was just by THQ. Regardless, by whatever company was THQ at the time. They took a Wii, they plated it with gold, and they gifted it to the queen. Anyway, the collector who came into possession of it is selling it now on eBay. So if you want to buy a gold Wii, please don't. You could do that, I guess. Hey, Mr. XJab, how's things? How's stuff, man? Hope you as well. Oh, my Wii is cold. You should probably drink some water. Imagine the queen loses your gift. No, she never received it. It was given to her office, and then there's a video on YouTube by People Make Games with the history of it and why it was given to the queen and what happened to it. Hode, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. And the dwarves scream, give us all your wood. And the humans are like, all right. And I hit buttons faster than the game can give me them to hit. And then Hode says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Thank you very much for the kind words, human. We shall trade with you. I would imagine that the queen almost never actually receives her gifts. And a lot of gifts are given to the queen as promotional things for the people giving the gifts. You'd also imagine it's a security risk. I highly doubt that. I mean, she just gets all sorts of free money from, like, taxes and whatnot for living. I don't know. I don't really have much of an opinion on the Royals. As a Canadian, I forget that they exist most of the time, and then occasionally I'm reminded that they exist, and I go, all right, Britain still has that shit. All right, we still have that shit too. People give a shit about that shit? Why do we still give them money? Whatever. Then I forget and I move on with my day because I realize there's more important things to worry about. What is wrong with those humans? They like had trouble parallel parking for a second there, and then they like freaked out. Did you see that? Like they all had little exclamation points on them for a second. Like they were having a hard... There are no merchants trading there right now. Did they just insta-leave? What just happened? I think they just instantly left. I used to collect quarters because Canada would do limited edition quarters. And then I just realized I didn't want to carry a big old bag of change around and clean it constantly, so I stopped doing that. I think it was 2007's Remembrance Day coin was really cool because it had like the poppy on it. It was really neat looking. Hey, audio. How is thing? I hope thing be good. You get to sit in the airport for 3.5 hours? Oh no. Oh, did you just get to the airport to fly home, or are you working? Yeah, like they're not trading. I think that like the humans showed up, had a hard time parallel parking, and then instantly canceled trading. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. So you fly home? So you did end up being like relatively early for the flight? Because you have nowhere else to go after you check out the hotel. That's the worst, right? I mean, I've done that at conventions before. It's like I'll have a flight home at like 8 p.m. and like my hotel checkout is like 11 a.m. or 10 a.m. sometimes. And then it's like, well, I have a very long period of time before my flight, but nothing to do and no money because I don't bring any money to conventions. So I'm going to go to the airport and drink in the airport bar, which is usually what I do. Just go to the airport, get through security so I don't have that stress, and then just sit in the bar until it's time to go line up for my flight. That's actually like traditionally one of my favorite parts of video game conventions actually is after the convention is over, I go to the airport bar and I just post on Twitter, I'm sitting in this bar in the airport. Well, yeah, obviously because pandemic, but like I would always just tweet and I'd be like, I'm sitting in the airport bar. Come say hi. And like every 15 minutes, somebody would swing by, grab a pint, chug a pint with me, and then they'd go catch their flight because they're normal human beings who show up like 30 minutes before their flight, you know, because they're normal. Whereas me, I'm like 7 hours early for my flight. So I just sit there and get progressively more drunk as the day goes on. It was always my favorite day of conventions, was the last day of the convention, because I would just go sit in the airport bar. Obviously, like, that's not a thing during a pandemic, but that's what I did after every PAX I went to where I had to fly. That's what I did after every TwitchCon. And I'd just be blasted by the time I got on the plane. Just pass out on the flight, wake up in Canada, be really hungover going through, like, getting, you know, through immigration and all that shit, and signing all the paperwork to like, yes, I'm a Canadian, yes, I'm back in the country, taking photos of me, I look like garbage, go home, shower, zonk out, wake up the next morning super hungover and wish I didn't do it, but I do it every time. It's like, I don't know, it's always my favorite part of conventions. It's like, well, I have this spending money, and all of these are business meetings, right? It's like, I have like $80 left. What am I going to do? Well, that's like 8 pints. Let's go. Also, thank you, chat, for tolerating all of my bullshit today. Today's been a fun stream, I think. Chat, has today been a good stream? I think today's been a good stream. I only have normal things to complain about for today's stream, so that's good. Nothing abnormal. Are investments open? I feel like I haven't seen those in a while. They might not be, but... yeah, they are. There you go. I don't know. I feel like I've been really distracted today, so off the top of my head, I feel like I've been really boring today. Nothing interesting going on in Volcano Land, by the way. Just the sun setting. Two or three pints to get you drunk. As somebody who hasn't really drank all year, I have a pint and I'm drunk. Also, being a lightweight is a good thing. Reason number one, you don't have to spend as much money on alcohol. Reason number two, you don't have to spend as much money on alcohol. Reason number three, you do not have to spend as much money on alcohol. Reason number four, it's better for your liver. Best of luck, El Naso. Also, like, airport bars is where people in the industry are the most candid. So, like, I've gotten release date information that I wasn't supposed to get from people who worked at publishers in the airport bar after the convention is over. I'll just be like, hey, when's this out? They'll be like, you know, I can't say. I'm like, come on, like, we're off time now. He goes, okay, he spills the beans. Which has actually been useful a couple of times. I'm a savvy interrogator, I think, when I'm hanging out with people and drinking. I'm not sure which line you joined in on, but usually joining my stream is probably usually an interesting line to join in on, you know? We have winners. We're the winners. Although, El Naso, congrats. Was this save money and liver? Reason 1 to 4. It was, IR Stupid was saying that people make fun of him for being a lightweight when it takes him a few pints of beer to get drunk. And I think that that's ridiculous. Because you spend less money on alcohol. You spend less money on alcohol. You spend less money on alcohol. And also, better for your liver. I think all of those reasons are good to you know, be a lighter weight. Read Errors in Foraging Behavior. Is this a book about errors in another one of my books? It's authored by Simplex. It concerns foraging behavior and the diet of creatures. Prose is passable. How many books do I have in the library? 295. I think we've written like another 30 books in the past 2 years. Last decade has been good for Longdeath's library. You know, I hear some people don't get drunk. They skip that bit due to how their body breaks down to skip the hangover. I've never heard that before. Although I do like auto brewery disorder, which is when your gut, the way it breaks down carbs, it ferments them and you make liquor in your stomach. And then you're just always drunk. Which is awful, by the way. Absolutely horrible disorder, but it's one of those disorders where it's like, what? That's possible? Although you really, it's something you really don't want to run into. Hey, LaFonda. How we do? You skip the drunk and hangover. What is left other than pissing? Enjoying the flavor? I mean, I like the flavor of alcohol enough that I will drink a very small amount. It's usually dehydration sickness, actually. Your fort is puny compared to this? I mean, now that you've been playing the game for a bit, are you starting to understand more of what this fortress is? I mean, you know. So as I always tell people, it's like play DF for an afternoon if you want to watch this stream and really enjoy it. So you'll get so much more out of it if you just play the game for an afternoon. Someone gave that child a hammer, and I don't know how I feel about it. But it makes it better once you do play. Making a whole bunch of green glass blocks. Collecting a shit ton of sand. There's miasma in the living room. Everything is fine. But I don't know. You'll get there. It's all about learning. Ah, damn it. Screwed that up. Who had to drink the most to get drunk? Andre the Giant. That's such a sad story, though. Although, thinking about Andre the Giant reminds me that we need to do a Discord watch party of Princess Bride at some point. Who's down, chat? It's like that, the Blues Brothers, and... that, the Blues Brothers, and Gods Must Be Crazy. Although I need to sweeten Gods Must Be Crazy, unfortunately. So question about levels. Should you dig every other level and create a floor and ceiling, or create, because if I dig every level, it becomes a huge hole? I mean, at the end of the day, well, I mean, if you just dig out a level, that's more than tall enough. You don't need to make like 2 Z-level tall rooms. If you do that, it doesn't make dwarves happier. So it's purely an aesthetic thing. Build your fort the way you want, the way that you think is visually pleasing to you and entertaining to the brain imagination tinglies. You've never heard of The Princess Bride? Get out. Please don't actually, but we can't be friends. Go watch The Princess Bride right now. Unless you understand the concept of my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my Faza, prepare to die. You are not truly living. You're thinking of organization? I don't know. Organize things the way you understand. Build stuff the way you want. Pilot, go watch Princess Bride right now. Get up. Go watch a movie. You have homework. Go do that. That or maybe we're watching Princess Bride on Actually, no, I've got something I got to do on Friday, but in a couple of weeks, we got to watch Princess Bride. Because my name is Inigo Montoya. You'll kill my Faza. Prepare to die. It's a good movie. I mean, maybe it's a good movie. That's one of those movies where it's like, is it a good movie? Or is it just a perfect disaster? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't actually know if that movie's any good. It's like, The Blues Brothers, perfect movie. Gods Does You Crazy, perfect movie. I don't know if The Princess Bride is a good movie. Or if it's just the best bad movie. Why would you get banned? You might get a virtual slap. I'm not banning anybody or actually telling people to leave for not seeing a stupid fucking movie. I don't actually care. This is just how my humor works. You know, it's like when I'm in a car with a friend of mine and they're driving and they state, I haven't seen this movie. And I say, get out. We're pulling over. And they say, but this is my car. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Get out. We can't be in the same general vicinity with you committing such crimes. That's just my sense of humor. So. Hopefully I don't actually need to explain that, but some people don't seem to pick it up particularly quickly. Because, you know, like, I've done the, get out of my house, and then my friend says, this is my house. I'm like, I don't care, get out of my house. I'm that kind of person, you know? Like, that's just the way I talk to people. It's like when my friend tells me that they like Mario Party, I'm like, get out! And they're like, I live here. I'm like, I don't care, get out! Fuck Mario Party. God. Anybody who likes Mario Party is like a lesser human being. Or you just enjoy watching other people suffer. Which means if you like Mario Party, which means if you like watching people suffer. How did I make that wall? Which one? The one that I'm building or the one on the left? This one? I just channeled down one layer at a time and smoothed the rocks on the edge. You don't know how to make walls? B, capital C, W. UMKH to change size and shape. Place it, select material you want. It's the capital C part. That's how you make floors, ramps, upstairs, downstairs, up, downstairs, fortifications, and track stops. Don't ask me about track stops. Friends don't ask friends about track stops. You don't like Mario Party either? Oh, then you can stay in my house. Do you get a free house? This is exactly how law works. and how sales work. You go to someone's house, they commit a crime, you order them out of your house, and then you have a house. And then you lock the door. And then a stray goat gets stung by a bee. I mean, you can ask about track stops. I won't be helpful, though. I mean, actually, no. It's more like rule number 1 about Dwarf Fortress: don't get attached to children when you're on a volcano fort. Rule number 2 about Dwarf Fortress: do not get attached to children if you're building a volcano fort. See you in a bit then, audio. Goffer, your dwarf is either a kleptomaniac or has some sort of obsessive compulsive disorder, because I made chat follow your dwarf, who's the captain of the guard, Goffer the second, to be specific, and he's still doing it. Just sits here all the time and stores his stuff. He's just constantly reorganizing his shit all the time. That's all he does. Just sits here and reorganizes his stuff. I think actually there's like, okay, hold on. I'm going to deconstruct your cabinet and give you a better cabinet, because, you know, it might actually just be there's an item bugged on top of it. Does not sound like you. Do you just constantly reorganize your things? Because I do. You're just constantly storing owned item. Non-stop. All the time. We're deconstructing your dresser so that you stop reorganizing your stuff. You never organize them in the first place, makes reorganizing impossible. You have a goat, kid. No, it's a kid who has a goat. And the goat is the kid. That's the actual punchline, is the goat is the kid. But I don't know. Let's get that sorted. And that sorted. Center of the Earth must be really bright with all that magma. Or are you staring at the volcano? Oh, it's not erupting right now. Well, I mean, the center of the Earth is not exactly dim-witted, so... That was my attempt at joke. Did I do a good job on joke? Yeah, I've always wondered that. Like, is lava that much of a light source? Because otherwise, I think it would probably be like blinding underground, you'd think. Like, we could put solar panels underground. I don't think that works that way, but I think that's just called geothermal. Okay, Dwarf, don't fall, whatever you do. Because I don't ever leave the menu up. So if you just hit tab a few times, it goes away, and then because I have all the hotkeys on the tab menu memorized, I don't ever need to open it again. You don't actually need to open it. I'm not keeping it closed with one tab tap. I'm never hitting tab. I'm never opening it in the first place. I just leave it shut because I have all the hotkeys memorized. Yep. You don't need to open that menu to get into a different menu. So I can just hit B for the build menu from this screen once the game's done saving, and it'll just pop up or go away. Which is why, like, I'm kind of with Cooler when people are just like, oh, the Dwarf Fortress UX is bad. It's like, no, it's not bad. It's just a list of hotkeys. Like, there is no UI. Like, that's your list of hotkeys. You turn it off, and then boop, 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 boop. You know, like, you don't actually need to check any of them. It's just 2 that you needed, right? Yeah. And also, paperwork has arrived, Stone. Just a heads up. You're just a noob? Yes. There's the first one. 5 pig cheap. Ooh, they brought us a bronze mall. That way we can be mall rats.
Ooh, you suck.
I know. Oh, I know. Darth Maul? You know it. The fuck was what? The fuck was a that? I mean, that was a fuck, clearly. And let me know when you want me to scroll. Oh, hey, 10 hair blood. How nice of them. 10 whole bloody hairs. Scroll! There you go. You have it. Thanks, man. So many dwarves. Getting rid of so much shit. Cool. Got a bunch of dwarves that are working on those ballista arrows, which I need done. I need done stat. How many lurkers are in cars and have me in background sound? How would I be able to know that? And also, how would we be able to get an answer to that? Because they'd have to stop driving or like crash their vehicle to find out. I don't know how I would ever figure out something like that. There is no way for us to get that information, unfortunately. Brought you to the dentist with me? That's a really weird thing to say. I brought you to the dentist with me. I'm pretty sure I stayed here. But it's nice of you to tune into the stream while it's at the dentist. I played it. That's an even weirder thing to say. And then you played in my purse while they asked me COVID questions. That's such a weird, such weird sentences. I mean, I'm working right now. Yeah. You haven't seen your dentist in a while? I think I'm seeing my dentist in July. I think. What is that noise? Oh, wait, it's me. Oh, it's me. Me yelling. It's just blind being me. Oh, man. Okay, that's it, Katsu. Removing you from hauling and other jobs. Going to head off to bed. You have a good night's sleep, stupid. Go watch Princess Bride. Or don't. They just wait for the Discord movie night, which we'll do eventually. Deconstructing really high platforms like this is actually kind of terrifying. It just got less scary because now, fortunately, most of the dwarves are away from it. So you remember how FICOD was tantruming? No outpost liaison? How curious. Aristic, hello. How are we? Welcome to some Longdeath. Well, that's distressing. Meaning our good outpost liaison probably died. FICOD really fucked off. I mean, if FICOD's dead, I'm not going to miss FICOD. FICOD broke a bunch of my windows and, like, tried to attack my dwarves ineffectively. to wooden planks with springs. I'm assuming that means bed, but also I'm a little bit disappointed that you don't sleep like a Klingon warrior on a sheet of concrete. I mean, I sleep on my queen size. I don't know about you. That goes on Tom? You mean that goes on top? That's unfortunate. I'm sorry for your dwarves. What is that big thing in the middle? A trading depot, probably. Or a waterfall. If you're talking about the thing that's moving, that's kind of white. It's a waterfall. If it's a mess of dwarves, it's a trading depot. I mean, I've learned to read through Diamond Destruct's inability to type coherently most of the time, so that's fine. We learn it. We got 600 bone crafts to get rid of, so. Aren't we all? We're all works in progress. Hey, trying is like very admirable. It's nice to have more people trying, frankly. A lot of people don't try, so. A lot of people just go, my eyes are bleeding. That's about how far they make it. Then they give up. Because people have commitment issues. And for some reason think that this game makes their eyes bleed. And as somebody with eyes that don't really work properly, I beg to differ. I'm using a very heavily modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. With Krug Smash's permission. Most of the sprites have been redrawn or edited. You might want to see a doctor. Just like if you think my fort looks like a penis, you might want to speak with your doctor. Yeah, Krugs has made a very nice little tile set. What's the goal of this fort? Exclamation point, Longdeath. It's pretty simple, really. It's the Dwarf Fortress soap opera. We are 223 years in. Almost a quarter of the way there. While living on a prayer. Now, I can actually do that when we hit 500 years. No, I will not do a full cover of Living on a Prayer for year 500. Maybe. Well, that's because you have your dwarves sleeping in the mud. Although 20, considering your dwarves are sleeping in the mud, is actually pretty impressive. The fact that they don't all go batshit by that point is, like I said, kind of impressive. Although on the more recent version of this game, the game's bone dry easy, so I've got the stupid song stuck in my head. Wheel. But yeah, this is the 99th stream of this game, of this particular fort. Yeah. I mean, you mean they nerfed, or Tarn nerfed stress to prepare for better sieges and other things, but currently the game is incredibly easy, so... I feel like we should, because, you know, like, we had a bit there where we were writing, or where Vinsati was writing Dwarven swear words. We should write some Dwarven jokes. Like, actually, like, go in there and, like, take the jokes that they come up with and make an actual punchline out of them. It's like, did you hear the one about the Minotaur and the plump helmet man? It's like, what would a dwarf find funny? Although I think water drinker is probably my favorite out of all of the insults that we came up with. And an elf said, "Are you going to eat that?" What's wrong with worshipping coal? Vin, do you have that image on tap of the dwarven insults? The elf said, "Are you going to eat that?" And so I stabbed him in the head with my spear. Bah, ha, 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 ha. Nah, elves are lovely. They brought us our unicorn army. Well, not really army, but they brought us all of the delicious unicorns that we raise for steaks. And leather. Actually, leather cloak, 50. Specify leather. How much unicorn leather do I have? 63. Not actually that bad. Not as much as I thought I did, but a decent amount. Make a bunch of unicorn leather cloaks. Let's get these dwarves unicorned up. Because as you say, they're very unicorny. Not omnicorny, very unicorny. Without these unicorn cloaks, how else are we ever going to go to university? Not intentionally, but I probably have. In regards to trading unicorn steak back to them. Not intentionally. I mean, I give them 3 rock pots filled with prepared meals. Because it's easy and I don't have to worry about accidentally selling them wood. Ah, yes. Dwarven insults. Calling them an Amen Mas, which is just calling them a night creature. It's like pointing at somebody screaming, "Vampire! Dungsmith! Tigishtan," which is good. A pet cloud. Spoken of those who are followed by an army of cats, disrupting traffic. Balun. Or no, Bablin. Bablin. It's like calling them a crazy cat lady. Short beard, that's also a good one. Idrum Durad. Short beard. Snotface. Zekrim Lilem. Lilnem. I think, like, Dung Eater is also a pretty good one. Tigdeb. Yes, Tigdeb. Rain Lover. Although that's not, well, no dwarves like rain. So, you know. Limp Hammer is also just fucking hilarious. Also, Limp Hammer is my new Glory Hammer cover band, by the way. No, but these are insults using actual dwarven words, right? So these aren't actually like, what's the word I'm looking for here? These aren't like just, oh, let's just insult a dwarf with a dumb English word. No, 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 no. No, these are actually like properly grammatically correct dwarven words for dwarfish, right? Like river drinker, water drinker, dung eater, rain lover, hill dweller. You don't speak dwarf? The fuck are you doing then? You don't speak dwarf? Your dwarf sleeps in the mud? Jesus, man. What are you, some sort of casual gamer? Get good, come on. Look at me, such a gatekeeping asshole. You're not a good mayor. Assuming you're the mayor, you ain't no mayor. The player is never the mayor. The player is an omnipotent being that is, as Legends mode says, is making a long line of questionable decisions. Longdeath awoke after a long line. Why did the name blank? Why did the name blank? What? What do you mean? Why did the what do you mean by why did the name blank? Why do what name blank? Or why do they blink, not blank? Means they are legendary at something. If they have a legendary skill, if they're legendary in a skill, they blink. So this dwarf trees is a legendary spirit dwarf, shield user, armor user, discipline, observer, fighter, legendary wrestler, grandmaster biter. Not a legendary biter yet. We got to work on that one. Legendary striker, kicker, dodger, miscellaneous object user, competent miner, but rusty. Dabbling engraver, novice mason, great weaver, legendary thresher, dabbling in a bunch of other random garbage, a legendary bone carver, an accomplished surgeon. Did you look at that? I wonder what the fuck you were practicing on, because no one ever gets hurt. A legendary student, a legendary concentration, dabbling in a bunch of instruments, competent at playing the gloom, and a dabbling mathematician. Well, I mean, canonically, the player is an omnipotent being. We're a omnipotent interdimensional being that is looking into the world of our dwarves and lightly affecting it. Although it is possible to be named by your dwarves. If you give the order to crush a dwarf under a drawbridge, and a dwarf gets crushed, the dwarves have a... There is a chance the dwarves will state that someone else did it, not the person who did the actual crushing. So it is possible for the dwarves to name the player. I've seen it a couple of times. So you're like an omnipotent god. We are not Armok. We are not... like a... What do you call it? We are not present in the world. We are not a local entity. We are a omnipotent being. It's things like this that just makes me go, Dwarf Fortress is one of the only games I've ever played where I would believe I could be convinced that my dwarves became sentient. I could be convinced. I mean, I wouldn't say we're necessarily external, but we're certainly not internal. We're just some omnipotent being. We're Q. To the Star Trek fans out there. We are Q. We are one. We are powerful. Just Monica. Just Monica. Only Monica. Only Monica. I don't know what that word means, so I will just smile and nod. Artistic. Is it artistic? Is that what your name's supposed to read? I think I was supposed to do 2, but I hit 3. Hey, Freeways. Why are you so tired? I mean, it's been a long year and a half, so I fucking feel that. It's been a long year and a half. Come on, dwarves, get on it. Get that done. You went to visit your grandma? You make it sound, because you say a trip, right? I don't know how far you had to go to visit your grandma, but saying, I just arrived from a trip, I went to visit my grandma, it sounds like I traveled for 7 days and 7 nights. I walked across the Great Plains and traveled across an expansive ocean. Like, that's the way it sounds when you say that, but I hope that grandma was well. I hope it was a good trip. The planes rather than our universe? I mean, an extra planeer to me just sounds like something that they would try and sell me at on Expedia.ca. Just be like, this is an upgrade package. Oh, crap, actually. Do not actually slaughter my wolf pups. Because my adult wolf got slaughtered. I need breeding pairs. $228 late autumn. Your 3 new grandnephews. Oh boy. Wait, are they all from the same person? Are those triplets or? Because regardless, I mean, have fun, man. Go see some family. You're tired? I understand. Don't worry. So what? You want to be one extra planeer? It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just for half of your soul in a dwarf. Come to this timeshare. That's what those are? Those like half scammy events where they like try and just sell you shit the whole time? It's called timeshares, right? Twins in a single? Aw. Well, you have fun. Whenever you do that. I just want to go visit my little sister. I want to go out to Quebec. If my parents end up traveling out to Quebec this year, I might tag along with them. If that ends up happening. Not sure if it'll end up happening, but if it does. That's what timeshares are? I'm pretty sure. A timeshare is where they give you a vacation for super cheap and then just try and sell you shit the entire time and make your vacation awful. Unless I'm getting the definition wrong. A pyramid scheme in Dwarf Fortress. I mean, the dwarves are constantly doing that themselves. I mean, you can just go bully another faction and they'll bring you free shit forever. In adventure mode? I don't know too much about adventure mode, so I don't know. You'd have to ask Cooler. Although I don't know if he's listening. Cooler's our local adventure mode exploit. But, that's a Vegas timeshare. I mean... That's just timeshares, man. Although, at some point, I need to do that Patreon game. So I'm thinking we'll do another 10 minutes of Longdeath, and then we're gonna start playing through that Patreon game. or playing that Patreon game. They sell you a share of an apartment, telling you it's worth way more than it is, and well, you can't afford that, and it's worth way more than it is, and well, you can't afford it. Is that what you're trying to say? But I thought that they just try to inflate prices and then convince you to buy a chunk of land for way too much money. You'll be relying on your kids to water and harvest. You know what you should do? You should set it up so that they have to send you a picture of it every day to prove that they did it. Yeah, it's timeshares are a scam, basically, unless you're really good at ignoring salespeople. But also a very effective business model if you're a good scam artist, because it's perfectly legal. A timeshare is property that is divided by time. You own the right to use a property for a specified week of the year. So your own designated, like, vacation spot that you could stay in 1 week of the year. Huh. That's a genius business model, but also, yes, definitely very much a fucking scam. To buy a timeshare in a luxury tower? I mean, that's literally what we're in, except this isn't a timeshare. This literally is a giant tower up above a great pit in the ground, because dwarves like a great mining pit. So we have a great mining pit and a great tavern above ground that I constructed out of individual blocks myself. And a doe rabbit just got murdered by my hunter. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Man, another year and a half and I'll be at 20,000 hours. Probably. Well, maybe a little longer than that. You don't have the patience to build towers? I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. There's a timeshare millionaire documentary on Netflix. Sounds like it would do what most documentaries on Netflix do, which is make me really, 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 really fucking hate people. But so I think I'll skip. That being said, the cult killing Son of Sam documentary on Netflix has been pretty fun so far. Yeah, Netflix is extremely good at making me a nihilist. Why are you stressed? Go join this squad. I mean, obviously, because we're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Guard. Taking the hobbits to Isengard. Guard. I was glitching for a second. Yeah. Sometimes I'm funny. Sometimes I just say the word repeatedly until people awkwardly start chuckling. Or throw something at their monitor because they're so frustrated that I said the same thing a dozen times in a row. Also, you know, Sometimes you just need a live action replay. Fucking hate people. You know, just like normal. So I think I'll skip. Just like normal. You're not funny, you just scream a lot? So you're like PewDiePie. Now you have a huge crack in your monitor? Oh no, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you that you need monitor insurance when you tune into my streams. It's like kind of mandatory, actually. Someone loop that. Just so I just keep saying really, 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 really for all eternity. Someone should do that. You really, someone should do that. See, this is the actual business like model of my stream, you know? You pay me for monitor insurance. And because I'm never actually funny or annoying, you never break your monitor. But if you do, on the off chance that you do, then I replace your monitor. That's not actually my business model. I will not replace your monitor nor sell you insurance. Blind says, really? 10-hour version. Okay, please fucking do that and upload it to YouTube. Just please do that. How much is the monitor insurance you provide? The cost of your monitor twice a day. And I might give you a downgrade. I don't know. It's probably a scam. Sounds totally legit to me. God, take my money. I hope you've been well, Gold Poke, by the way. We got a couple stressed out dwarves. And it's scary. It is indeed scary. So sell one share of a monitor insurance for 1 day per each year. You can buy it and watch it, and then you give it to someone else 364 days, and that costs you like a full monitor to buy. Maybe like a third of a monitor so that we're slightly less obnoxious. Something like that. Monitor timeshares. Woo! You know, it's very funny because I live pretty close to a place that will sell you a sofa for the cost of like a third of a sofa, but you have to pay for that sofa over the next 2 years. So you could pay long-term payments on all of the furniture in your house. Who needs to pay rent when you could also pay rent on, it's like a rent-to-own place for everything. They'll sell you anything. They'll sell you a fucking coffee maker in rent-to-own fashion. It is like the biggest cesspit of a place. It's kind of actually rather distressing. You can finally afford a 3-monitor setup? I mean, you already have 16 monitors. Why do you need 3 more? Jess, thank you very much for the raid. Was that 2 days in a row? They really are, Hobo. Hobo, can I get a shit up for Jess, please? Solantre, what's up? Hi, Jess. Hi, Andy. Captain Stone Space Cadet. There's another stone. Oh, no. That's 3. Welcome, Raiders. How's everybody? How was the stream? How's Valheim? We're actually about to switch games. We're playing Longdeath, but my Patreon pick, which is a game that my patrons vote on, is something I'm going to be switching to in a minute. Alistair, how are we? It's good to see you.
Hello there.
That's a whole goddamn year. A whole gosh darn year. Thank you very much for the whole year. Cheers, friend. That's a good emote, Freskins. I like that one. Thank you much. I have this problem right now where I address the name of a person named Stone and 5 people respond, it feels like. It's actually 2 people respond. They're both like, yes, at the same time. So more Stones, the better. Hey, Dacketh, what's up? But to anybody coming over from Jess stream, hi, my name's Greg. The internet calls me blind. I don't see very well. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress and other weird games that you probably haven't heard of, but might find interesting. That's what I do. I'm also part of Halcyon Frequency. I co-founded the team with FG Squared. And yeah, that's me. Welcome, Raiders. Like I said, we're going to be switching games in a couple of minutes, though. We're going to be playing a game called Golden Crone Hotel, which is a game about being a vampire. And, you know, draining all of the lifeblood out of poor, pathetic human beings. And, you know, getting set on fire by sunlight and all that good stuff. Yeah, vampires. Vampires! Although there is actually a vampire in this fortress. I don't know how long he's been there now. I should probably figure that out at some point. Zaloro, this dwarf, who's completely naked because his clothes rotted off of his body. He lives in the wall and has been there for a while. Or rather, he was put in prison and then he went permanently berserk. So we just deconstructed the door and replaced it with a wall. He's also immortal, so he'll never die. So he's just in a constant state of eternal rage for all eternity and sitting there and screaming. He's just like in the wall doing like, I don't know, like the Hulk thing where he's like, ah! For all eternity, and it's kind of great. Did you make that vampire, though? This was actually a dwarf from my fortress who went insane in my fortress and punched a statue in my temple and was cursed by a god in this fortress. And then ate Peter, which made me very sad. We all have our own screaming wall. I mean, it's great when they come with mute buttons, too. We all have our own screaming wall. It's called a TV. Although I actually don't have a TV. I probably could, you know, just... No, you're not dead, Peter. I'm referring to the other one of your dwarves, Petra, who died ages ago. But yeah, no, we all have a screaming wall. It's pretty standard. But no, you didn't die. I just didn't think of the name Petra off the top of my head when I was thinking of it. I was like, what's the name? What was the name of that dwarf? No, Peter is still alive and well if I can find him. It's on this list somewhere, I swear. I think. I don't think you died. Shit, did you die? You might have died. No, there you are. Peter II. Yeah, there you are. You're fine. It's Peter II. I was going to say, like, I don't think you died. But, like, I don't know. Spring rolled around, so. No, you're only 76 years old. Although that's a pretty unlucky year, frankly. You forgot how she died? Yeah, she got eaten by the vampire. He's still in the wall. That's why he's in the wall, because he was put in prison and went insane while he's in prison. Just don't forget about the dwarf that killed a lion by throwing a lion at a lion into the lion. Threw a lion through a lion. A dwarf killed a lion. The legendary dwarf that killed a lion by throwing a lion through a lion. It's one of the legendary Dwarf Fortress stories. The person who watched a dwarf pick up a lion and throw it at a lion and killed the lion with the lion that the lion... Yes. The god's name and how Kirk's... God. Yeah, nice. Yeah, kid, go to bed or the screaming wall will get you. Like, I never really mentioned that, but, like, in this fortress, let's see, we have a vampire in the walls. We have 3 Ettins in the basement, 2 giants in the basement, a minotaur, a glass forgotten beast, and that's just in the basement. I never talk about any of this, but, like, you know, we have this little maze, right? And then this minotaur in a cage, who we could just let out at any time. Like, it's not hard to release a minotaur from a cage. We could very easily release that minotaur from that cage. Like, we're not going to do it, but we could. Very easily. So. Yeah, little maze. You know, just a small maze. Took me a couple weeks to make it. And then the room, which I was hoping would turn into the Ettin orgy room, but they seem to just, like, keep a very safe distance from each other and stare at each other frightened. I cast the Lesson of Insight, Scribed Controls, and Bem Prestige Fly. Hello, Altrip. How are you? But, yeah, Dwarf Fortress is a... Dwarf Fortress is a video game, I think. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the formation of the Staney Hall in Longdeath in the early autumn of 26 at a simple dinner, and it is interesting. That's cool that you're interested after watching somebody tell a story of the formation of a group that nobody cares about. They're organizing combat training. I making believe, as kids should. What time of year is it? It's early winter. Kill a slime titan with a single shot. Well, I mean, it's a slime titan. You know, it's like having a titan that's made of water. It's like a giant bubble. You just pop it. What surroundings are we in? Well, this is Longdeath, so it's a this is a giant upper tower above the great mining pit that every dwarf dreams of, which is the fortress of Longdeath. The whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. And currently we are in year, I'm too zoomed out to read it, 228 early winter. We started in year 5, meaning this fortress is 223 years old. Which means it's probably about 215 years older than most fortresses last. About that. What's my craziest dwarf fortress story? Okay, I got one violent one and one not violent one. The violent one was I had a giant flying chicken titan with one eyeball that was shooting balls of fire, which in my opinion is just a really, really, really shitty wannabe dragon. Anyway, it was flying around and it shot a fireball at an elven bard, and the elven bard caught fire and exploded into gore, and the boiling blood splattered all over the giant chicken, got caught in its eyeball, and melted its brain. That was pretty good. Then the other one is a little bit more mundane. I had a dwarf who was married to another dwarf. The dwarf that the lady dwarf, this was in this fortress. The dwarf that the lady dwarf was married to was kind of tantrumy and whiny, and he broke something. And the mayor sentenced him to a beating, and my hammer was a little bit too strong, and Falcon punched him to death. And the second he was Falcon punched to death, the mayor then married his ex-wife. Immediately. So dude was kind of tantrumy, broke a statue, and was immediately sentenced to death. I mean, everyone's had a giant ass forgotten beast and laughed their ass off once. Everyone's done that. You call that a non-violent one? Yeah, it's a non-violent story for I mean, it was just somebody getting sentenced to death. That's perfectly normal. That happens all the time. Right? Right? Hairless ass is pretty classic, though. Although my favorite story that I've ever heard somebody telling was definitely the dwarf that threw the lion into a lion to kill a lion by throwing a lion at a lion. But yeah, no, I had a huge hairless ass that had a bloated body and shot webs. Which is, you know... hold on, let's see if I can find this image. Also, shoutouts to Volcano, which is just glowy. See if I can find this image that I'm looking for. Ah, yes, this one. You know, some beasts are better left forgotten. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. They won't say no making chairs. It's more like no selling chairs. For reference, a huge skinless ass in Dwarf Fortress is actually a donkey, because that's what a donkey is. A donkey is an ass. But, like, what's funnier than a were-donkey, right? Because the wording for a were-donkey is like, a were-donkey has come, or a were-ass has come. A human twisted into the form of an ass. Its eyes glow red. and its skin is yellow. You will know why you fear the night. It's like, well, duh, that's funny. Because we all have, like, the maturity of a 12-year-old and don't call donkeys asses anymore. At least not commonly. I'm sure there's somebody out there that still calls a donkey an ass, but who actually does that? Come on. All right, chat. I think that this has been a fantastic session of Longdeath. We've made pretty good progress. We went for a year and a bit. But I think it is time for us to save the game and play the Patreon game for this week. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to jump to a different game now. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress, which you may be, I will take this opportunity to remind you that there is more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, including the entire history of this fort that we are currently watching save in the background. And if you want to support the stuff I do and vote on the game of the month, you can do that over on my Patreon. $1 a month lets you vote on my Patreon game, which we're going to go play. The game that won this month was Golden Crone Hotel, which is what we're going to go play. And if you want more dwarfs, we'll be doing more of this fortress tomorrow because it'll be the 100th day I've streamed this fort, which is not crazy at all. Like at all. Time to turn off my ambient bird sounds. Golden Crone Hotel.